I made it quicker than I thought I would.
Yeah, I had a few more minutes. I was still trying to piece my sandwich together.
Here, let me wait. Here, I can. Here, let's. What can I put on the screen? Let's see.
So you got a few more helmets there behind you.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, this one I got done this week, and then this is actually the one Zoe cast. I just have to put the lens in it and put the star. I look. Ken's on. Ken's. We're all saying we're going to be late, and we're all early.
I don't know what you're talking about. I've been here the whole time.
I know. Me and Marty were making stuff today, so I was in the zone, and then I ran out of. I had to run to Smooth On to get. I ran out of an additive, just a small can of additive, but they are the only one that carries it, so I had to drive 2 hours to buy it and 2 hours back. So because they wanted $18 shipping, I was like, you know what, it's not $18 worth of gas. So
Jesus.
yeah, usually we just go up and we want to spend like $1,000 and but we have so much stuff that we're building and making. Howdy, Ken. Look, we all made it on time. You have the Industrial Light and Magics thing behind you?
Yes, sir.
All
Although
right.
for some reason it looks transparent, so I'll have to find a better image. It's good to see you.
Yeah, it's been a week. You know,
say that again.
but yeah, I got two new additions, but Rex will be going away. But and I just moved my pilot up. I gotta figure out. You know, I give Ken. I give the address to that bookstore that has Jar Jar, so you can go buy that life-size Jar Jar.
Oh, was there a price on it?
It's all for sale. I like that store, so I don't, but it drives me nuts because like the one whole he has like the life size mall out. He has the life size mall, the life size um Watto, and the life size Anakin, and the life size Jar Jar. There's no prices on them, and the mall is out in the glass case outside. You know how the old stores had like the two giant glass windows that come in when you walk into the store? Like it's an old timey like store in Main Street. And I'm like, that thing's just getting sun faded, you know?
Yeah, only folks like us would pay attention to that stuff.
Yeah. Well, because he has so much stuff in there. Like if you were a toy collector, the one side, he has all kinds of stuff that's probably hard to find. And I don't know if his prices aren't necessary. They're not like super cheap, but they're not necessarily up to date. Like, so I don't know what he does. Like when he pulls it out of the case, does he like look up what they're selling for? Because the prices on some of the stuff seem relatively cheap.
Okay.
But he has so much stuff, and it's just so unorganized. I don't. It drives me nuts because a couple of like you, Ken, would probably find all kinds of treasures. At a certain point, that mess just gets to me where I'm like, I'd rather spend twice as much on a book than look through boxes because it looks like he bought like a couple bookstores and never finished unpacking them. So a couple of the aisles are like stacked full with just books, and there's probably treasures in them. And then he has display cases of real costumes from real movies that he rotates. I don't know how he does it. I don't know what his connections are.
Oh my goodness!
But he has like the Western with Chris Pratt, the remake. What was it, Magnificent Seven?
Yes, the one with was that Sam Jackson was in that?
No, I think it was Denzel Washington.
Okay.
And he has some of those costumes in display cases. He has from Hunger Games, like actual movie costumes with this, and he rotates them. He has like 30 or 40 costumes throughout the store, and you can go look at it. It's really neat. And I don't know how. I just met him. I probably met him 7 years ago, when Kmart went out of business, and I had a van full of mannequins. And he was buying. There was all these mannequins for sale, and basically 90% of them went to me and this other guy. and we were just standing there talking while we're loading. Like my van, I think I had like 12 mannequins just like stacked in the car, and
which would make for an interesting conversation with a police officer if you ever got pulled over.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because we're like throwing the arms in so we don't lose them. We're counting, make sure we have the right amount of arms and stuff. So, and so I met him, and he's like, "Hey, I have a store down in Havre de Grace, which is it's about it's an hour. Like if you were in a hurry, you could probably get there in 45 minutes. It's like a nice drive hour right off the Chesapeake Bay on the west side. Like
Okay.
right, I don't know how familiar you are with the top of the Chesapeake Bay, but it's
No.
Havre de Grace, like right across 95. 95 crosses the top of the Chesapeake Bay. It's literally like the first exit's Havre de Grace.
Okay.
So we normally just take 40. 40's like a half mile down, and if you take the 40 exit, it takes you right to downtown Havre de Grace off of Route 40.
Yeah, Heather and I love doing day trips where, like, for instance, just this past Saturday, we spent maybe 5 hours wandering around to 5 or 6 different vintage shops that are around us.
Yeah, yeah.
We weren't looking for anything specific. We had no schedule. We just wanted to spend time together out and about, and that's what we did. And we found some gems. I mean, I found some Cinefantique, Fantastique magazines. One was all about John Carpenter. Another one was about H.R. Geiger. I found an issue of, I want to make sure I'm quoting it properly, the Lucasfilm Fan Club, and on the front of it, it's 10-year anniversary of Indiana Jones.
Yeah, well, that's the old Star Wars Insider.
Yep.
That's what the store, because I had all of those, and right before we moved, I wound up selling the first batch of, just because it was space wise. It was like, but I missed those. They were some good,
Oh my goodness, this is pre-Wikipedia, Wikipedia, Facebook. I mean, there's all the ads in here for different products.
Yep.
So they have Star Wars masks, rubber masks for, let's see, if you wanted a Darth Vader, it was $58.
Now, what year is that? What year is that magazine?
This one is 1991.
So now, do they have the Ringer T-shirts with Chewie, Princess, and R2?
I don't see the Ringer T-shirts in here, but there's a whole host of other ones. And it's the cool thing about this. This isn't just Star Wars stuff. It's all Lucasfilm. So you could have purchased a patch for Tucker, the man and his dream. One of the other Lucasfilm movies. You could have gotten a Tucker patch for $4, or a Willow novelization, or an Indiana Jones archaeological map T-shirt, Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade hat. I mean, it's wonderful to look at. And the thing that baffles me about this, or I love comparing it to, is the prices in it for the things then versus the price of those same things now.
Well, I remember I got when they re-released the movies, the special editions, I ordered a popcorn bucket from them from Australia, because it was the only place you could get this big plastic with Star Wars logos around it and stuff.
I joke with Heather all the time that if I could get my hands on an actual DeLorean time machine, or a TARDIS, or one of these things that could take me back in time, I would buy all these things at their then price, put them in a storage locker with paid through to the future, so that I could get it today and empty it for all its goodiness.
Well, I worked on a DeLorean yesterday. So now that I was working on Marty's DeLorean, so that was my I put brakes on C-3PO's van, and I worked on our car, and I worked on trying to get I couldn't get the fuel filler out. I am not impressed by the DeLorean, how they put things in. They did not make that car easily to be serviced.
That's
they put
funny.
The fuel filter, basically, because I went to work on it. I was like, Marty, I can't, because if it was my own car, I might have tried it, but it's all metal gas lines packed in between a crook in the frame. So unless you have a car lift and some really weird wrenches, I was like, nah. So he's going to take it to a guy to do the fuel work for him. So I don't want to be the guy that breaks this metal fuel line on a near mint DeLorean.
Yeah, let the owner do that. It's because let them be responsible for that sort of stuff. I can remember when I was working on my first car, my Beetle, So one of my friend's dads, who was an engineer, super nice guy, my senior year of high school, kind of looked up to him as a pseudo kind of father figure. He always looked out for me, and he was helping me work on my Beetle. He actually had a garage where I could bring it inside and work on it in the winter. And one year my brakes went out, and so I brought it over there to work on it. And there's little screws or whatever on the brake lines. And he said most of the time these things freeze on Beetles. So I'm going to give you the wrench, let you loosen it. So if you break it, it's on you. And sure enough, I did. I broke it.
Well, when I used to work on brakes with Beetles, I just threw those out. I just bought brand new ones. Like if I need them, it was just like just buy new brake cylinders and just assume you're going to break them. So.
And for those of you that are joining us now, welcome to random car talk.
We're just getting we're just getting warmed up. Here, wait, I did get something Star Warsy.
To be 100% honest with you, Ken, I forgot to check the forums today, and you guys started talking about fixing cars. I'm like, this is probably a good time for me to check out to check the forums. Don't tell Mike though.
Oh, I won't. Your secret's safe with me.
I got my Vader cape.
Ooh.
I got my Vader gloves.
Important.
And the infamous cod piece.
What is that made of? Is that made out of like foam?
It's like foam, yeah. It's like
okay.
But so now I am down to the 3D printing and the inner robe. That's it. Everything else is gotten.
Oh, that's so exciting. I worked on a couple of the blasters for my post-Imperial Mando over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about this project that I have in mind, and unfortunately, at the same time, I'm concerned that I don't have the skill to do what I want to do. So it'll be interesting to see how it all comes together.
What was the color scheme you were going for?
So that I haven't decided yet. I know I want it to be somewhat clean, very similar to Kennex. I know a lot of people like battle damage and multiple layers of paint and everything, and I'm not sure if I want to go that route or if I want to go the crisp route, kind of like when Boba redid his paint.
Mm-hmm.
But right now, one of the main colors that I have is this blue chromatic paint that kind of transforms colors as you walk by it. So I may have that be the primary color of it. I'm trying to think of the complementary colors to go with that. So we'll see how it all comes together.
Yeah, I'm excited to see it.
And I did a custom chest piece with inserts around the Iron Heart, so it won't look like any other. It'll be similar in shape to other post-Imperials, but it'll definitely have a unique flair on it.
Mike, I thought you didn't you 3D print your chest box already?
I did, and I'm going to reprint it because I had it lifting in the corner. So I was showing Marty, and he's like, "Yeah, stand it up." So I'm going to print it. I'm going to print it diagonal, like just standing up a little bit, so the supports hit the back. Because I did it flat, and it came out. The front came out nice, but the back, the one corner lifted a little bit. So I'm like,
now you printed that on your Sobel, right?
Yeah.
I mean, with printing something that wide on a heated bed, I mean,
that's what I'm saying. If I stand it, and I wanted to ask you about your printer. Does your bed wobble?
If something is like a very tight corridor and it's printing back and forth, sometimes.
Well, because have you ever adjusted that one oblong wheel on the bed? So the nuts on the wheels, right? The beds it's one of them's off center. So if your bed moves a little bit, take a wrench and just turn it until it doesn't move. The first 2 years of having my CR10, I didn't know that. So anytime I had to pause a print or anytime something got up high, sometimes it would just move over.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone was like, "Does your bed wobble?" And I was like, "Yeah," but and they're like, "Yeah, you have to go into this oblong, and then one of those wheels are oblong, and you just turn it till that bed doesn't wobble." So
good to know. After 2 years of owning it, good to know.
That's That's your 3D print talk. But no, because I quit printing taller prints because if I had to change the spool, it always threw it off.
Mm-hmm.
You know, or I'd have to break the print off and move it over or something. So I remember you said something about that when you had to train, and I was like, I think that's what mine was doing. So, and I haven't had any issues since then.
I wonder if that's the problem with, because I've got one CR10 that I haven't used in like 6 months.
Yeah,
Because it would always fail after like 2 or 3 inches.
yeah. Well, check to make sure if your bed has wobble in it, some of those wheels are off centered, like the post is. So when you just turn the nut, you'll be able to take that wobble out under the bed.
Oh, it was an easy fix all along.
It could be that, who knows?
Yeah. It's probably something dramatic.
That's.
I just realized how much of a service or services we provide to our listeners.
Yeah.
Everything from fixing your DeLorean to adjusting your nuts to remove the wobble. I mean, we are jack of all trades, or jacks of all trades.
Right. Well, I mean, it does lead into the first 3 episodes of Industrial Light and Magic.
Oh my goodness!
If you listen to those guys, I don't think you could have a happier story. At least the first 3. I'm you know what I mean?
Unless you're John Dykstra.
Oh.
Well, but see, now he's
still benefited.
Yeah. And I mean, but that isn't that episode 4 when we get more Don Dykstra. 3 is when it talks a little bit. But see, this brings me back to that one unauthorized biography I was talking about. Both sides have amended what really happened when you hear them talk. Like, Dykstra's a little more gracious, George is a little more gracious, and the truth lies somewhere. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, they've had the benefit of 40 plus years.
Yeah.
To massage the story, to come to terms with the story, and look at it from a distance instead of being in the heat of it, for lack of better words.
I mean, because I know for me, when I heard vaguely about that kind of stuff in the 80s, and I mean, I'm always going to take George's side. I'm sorry, but I do remember the whole Battlestar Galactica / Star Wars like kerfuffle between, you know what I mean? Between them, they made it seem like it was a little more good at the time, but like George Lucas wasn't that successful after Empire
that quickly.
Well, right, but I'm saying like Industrial Light and Magic and all his tech, like no matter who created it in that Industrial Light and Magic thing, the bill was still being footed by George. You know what I mean? Like it's, and so he wasn't at that point where, like if Industrial Light and Magic was, everything was still up in the air. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't until they started getting a lot of that extra work that they were codified.
So let's catch folks up on what we're talking about right now. So just recently on Disney Plus, there was a behind the scenes docuseries all focusing on Industrial Lights and Magic. And for those of you that are catching up with us, we talk about all aspects of Star Wars, even if it's just remotely kind of sortly tangentially related to Star Wars. And this particular docuseries is all about the creation of that business known as Industrial Light and Magic. And if we got into that DeLorean and went back to that place in time, special effects did not exist like they exist now. And so George, in the efforts to create Star Wars, gathered all of these people together to create the special effects that were needed for Star Wars, and ultimately built this business that, fast forward to today, other filmmakers are going to do the special effects. And so this docuseries, a 6-episode docuseries, has all this behind the scenes pictures and videos from then, as well as interviews with the makers today talking about then. And so that's the general gist of that docuseries. And it's from a general standpoint, looking at all 6 together, because I've had the benefit of watching them a couple times now, it's amazing. It is absolutely amazing.
And I looked at the one guy recalling and talking about stuff with the rounder glasses, the guy with the goatee. I forget his name. I'm terrible with names.
That's Joe Johnston.
Is it Joe Johnston? He
Yeah.
reminds me of you, Ken. Like when I hear him recall, I think of Ken recalling when I listen to your podcast and your podcast has become like, if there's a pause, it's because no one on your podcast, no matter how big your crew is that day, they don't know that fact, and they're waiting for Ken to.
So actually, John, speaking of that, John, what do you think of this docuseries, considering that you're not necessarily that Star Wars historian like Mike and I are?
I mean, I was fascinated. I always knew like how they did things, but I never actually saw it. Because I think I'm kind of at that right age now where I can appreciate how it was done, as opposed to just appreciating what the final product was. So I mean, seeing exactly how they built the models, how they had to change things here and there because George wasn't exactly thrilled with where this was at or this placement of this exact Greebly here and there. So I thought it was really interesting just to see exactly how it was done, as opposed to just knowing how it was done.
Okay. What are your thoughts on it, Mike? Just on
Well, I see. I had some of the footage I hadn't seen, but I remember when I was younger, anytime, like when Cronkite went and visited him, like my grandmother made sure I knew anything that was Star Wars was on TV. So when they had those specials behind the scenes or interviews and stuff, so I like ate that stuff up. Like I had an 8mm camera. I did stop motion with Playmobil people, not Playmobil people, Fisher Price people.
The Adventure Time people?
Huh?
Adventure
The ones that are just like pegs with no.
Okay.
Because I tried it with some Star Wars figures, and the problem was I didn't have enough stuff to keep them from falling over. So you had to have stuff where, because with the 8mm, you had to send it away, so you only had 5 minutes of film, which was the film was $8 and something in 1980 dollars, and then it was almost $10 to get it developed. You had to take it to do you know what a photo hut is, John?
Mm-hmm.
There used to be those photo huts in the parking lot. You would drop off your film, and you didn't know you couldn't do dailies. You shot a 5-minute film, and then you sent it away, and a week or two later you got it back, and you had to, like my Indiana Jones spoof that I made in high school. 2 minutes of the 5 minutes I left the lens cap on, so when I got it back, the one whole scene was just black. And
maybe the lights were off.
Yeah, well, it was a chase through the woods. Luckily, when we threw the dummy off the cliff, I didn't have the lens cap on for that.
See, these videos need to see the light of day. These are the ones that we need to have on our show.
I'll have to dig that one out. I think one of them I got digitized. I can't remember for that one I got digitized. I just have a box of 8mm film that I shot. And it just, because it was before VHS, VHS camcorders when they first came out. Like I would think I was just in very late high school. They were like $1,200, and they were like ridiculous. But I loved seeing that stuff. And what the part I liked was when the one guy was talking about doing the AT-AT, and he discovered he had a mental illness like bipolar.
Phil Tippett, and he realized that was the only thing that like kept him. That was like his medication, And I wish 20-something-year-old me would have seen this series, which I know I couldn't have, but because I feel like if anyone has even the inkling of they want to do any kind of this, just do it, because as you get older, you accumulate more stuff and responsibilities. And I always tell my students, on the downside, when you're a kid, you make 1 or 2 bad decisions, your life is ruined. Where as an adult, it takes a series of decisions to set you on the wrong path most of the time.
But on the flip side of that, as a young person, before you get responsibilities, take those risks. Like, as someone who's 54 years old, I lucked out. I started a restaurant before I was 24. I think I started my comic store before I was 25, and I went back to school. I changed my whole career when I was like 30. So I've done those things. I wished I would have been even more brave. Like, when I look back, I don't think about money made or money lost or this. I think back of, I should have really just went for it, and that's what these guys did.
Yeah, and they managed to, through the will of the force, find each other and created lasting memories as people, incredible things as makers, and inspired countless people around the globe to watch this stuff and build stuff of their own. I mean, I think of how many members are in the 501st, the Rebel
Over
Legion, the Droid
15,000.
Builders. Yeah, and all of these things combined, not even counting or attempting to count the random cosplayer or the 7-year-old who goes to Spirit of Halloween and gets the Ruby's costume off the shelf and just puts it on because they want to. They want to look like a stormtrooper. They want to look like Zam Wessel. They want to, look like Kylo Ren for a couple moments. Those folks changed the world. And for anybody who critiques Star Wars in a way that's unflattering or unkind, they should watch these sort of things to see the love and attention and charisma and creativity that went into them from the beginning, and then watch the documentaries from Rian Johnson and Gareth Edwards, and to see it continue.
Yep.
I mean, when I watched those episodes, the first two words that came to my mind were "thank you."
Yep.
Thank you for sharing it. Thank you for doing it. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to watch it and then talk about it, because it's incredible stuff. And one of the things I was most surprised by, the very first day that the whole series was released, surprising or not surprising, there were already reviews about how bad it was.
Oh yeah, I know.
I'm like, what? There were reviews that were talking about how if they made this docuseries, how they would have done it differently.
Yeah.
There was too much focus on Star Wars. There wasn't enough focus on Jurassic Park or Willow or any of these sort of things. And I'm just like, just appreciate it.
And from realistically, Industrial Light and Magic has its origins from Star Wars, and it was built because of Star Wars, and it was built everything they did. And I do this too when I make stuff. Like, if someone asks me to make them something, a lot of times I try to learn something new, so when I make it for myself, I can do it better, and that's what they were doing. I saw the critics. I was like, really? I mean, have we come to that point where it's just, I guess we're just not going to like stuff because, I don't know.
I think that kind of comes back down to the whole, like, it's under the Disney banner, so you're automatically, I mean, you're at a disadvantage already if you're Disney, just because people don't like what you've put out, and I think it's ridiculous that people are judging all this great content that's been coming out just because they didn't like the 3 movies they did at first.
Yeah. Well, I guarantee you, if George did whatever 3 movies, I just think,
they would have been hated. They just would have been hated for different reasons.
Yeah.
Because but yeah, it inspired me. I was like, I got to call Matt Martin. I was like, I mean, Matt Mickelson. I was like, I got to call Matt Mickelson, and we got to get working on more stuff. Because it just made me want to be a part of anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because it's funny that you say that, because that weekend I did more work on my post-Imperial Mando. Like, I'm like,
yeah.
If they can make stuff in their garage, I'm going to go out in the front porch and work on these blasters.
Oh yeah, I can. Well, me and Marty we were working on some stuff all day today. We haven't done that in years, just because we're like, hey, let's just. It doesn't matter how hot. We got out all the molds, and we were doing stuff like that. So, yeah, it kind of kicked us in a high gear, and I went and bought more material for my Tuscan. I was like, I'm gonna get my inner robes done. Got my Vader stuff done, ready to go.
Speaking of the Tuscan, I need you to send me the name of the fabric that you used for the helmet, because I want to get that same fabric to wrap my boots with.
Okay, yeah, I'll have to look. It's just I'll have it was like a tight weave. That's all I remember. I'll have to look and see. I'll have to see
Yeah.
if I have the receipt somewhere.
Okay.
Um,
Because that way,
but
when I
it's
go into our Joanne Fabrics, I can ask for the same thing.
well, if you have a piece, just take a piece with you
Mhm.
because it's on a big roll. It's
Okay.
like that's
Oh,
good.
I'll bring in the I'll bring in the
Yeah,
mask.
I want this.
I need this fabric.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just wear
so-
it in.
Yeah.
And when they ask, like, "Oh, this is
Just
this is my COVID
talking
mask."
Tuscan. Um,
Oh God, that would be a memory maker for sure.
but I mean, and like Zoe's going in the film, but I would because I was talking about it. Missy's like, well, you should just change careers. I'm like, yeah, I'm too old for that. I as much as I love my wife's support and stuff like that. I can't change careers right now, but like I said, I would recommend anyone that wherever they're at, if you like to make movies and you watch those and you're inspired, just get people and start something. Just start something. You know, um, the independent films and the fan films are awesome, and it could get you noticed. I mean, or just go online and look for what jobs are out there. Like what was it? What was that one I sent you guys on Long Island? Regal Robot.
Yeah, that was with Tom Spina's group.
Yeah,
Working on props and stuff.
and they were looking for entry level, no experience. They'll teach you how to do it.
One of the cool
Yeah.
things about Tom Spina is because of his relationship with Lucasfilm, he's actually gone out to the vault at Skywalker Ranch
Yep.
to 3D scan the maquettes and the molds of the original stuff. So the things that he sells from his store are recreated from the original things.
Yep.
It's amazing. He's been on a couple podcasts that I listen to, especially Blast Points with Jason and
Okay.
Gabe.
Yeah.
And he's done a number of episodes with them, and they actually recorded a session, or not. I don't know if they recorded it, but they did a panel at Celebration all around the creatures of. I want to say it was Jabba's barge, maybe.
Oh, okay.
So
Well, I know Gordon Tarplay does work for them. He's who made Safi Shorts.
Okay.
But that's what I'm saying to anyone out there. If just look what's out there, and like with us, like I wish if I lived an hour closer to Reynolds Manufacturing, I would try to convince the girls to go work for them. You know what I mean? Because they work on that stuff all day. You know,
Or if you don't want to do it full time, make it a side hustle, job, just that you do, not even necessarily for the money part of it, just to fulfill that creativity, that curiosity.
If you look at all those guys that went on to be Industrial Light and Magic, most of them started as entry level guys. Like the one guy's a camera guy, the one guy's just this and that, and
what's funny is at the beginning they were all entry, like the whole thing was built by entry level people.
Well, and those and that's where, like, as much as people like to bash Disney for buying all these companies, they bought the company, but the company it's not like Disney bought the company and then everything works for Disney. It's still a separate company that's owned by Disney. They have different ways of doing things at all these companies, and that Industrial Light and Magic stuff is good.
And speaking of that, what did you think of that original mentality or culture of the group of people that were working on Star Wars back in the 70s? What did you notice in the docuseries related to that?
I mean, really, I noticed they said it themselves. They were a ragtag group of rebels. I mean, they did things their own way because there was no other way.
I noticed a VW bus, an old Bug, and a Carmagia. That's what I noticed. And if you drove those cars back then, you know how to do shit because you had to fix. Because when I had my Bug, no one would work on them. You probably ran into it too, Ken.
Yep.
You just had to be, you know.
And with that in mind, look at some of the other things that they did. So some of them were musicians. Some of them flew airplanes, and they were in their early 20s. So
Yeah.
you had folks who were strapping cameras to airplanes and filming it just because that's what they wanted to do.
Motorcycles. That's just before they had GoPro. Let's just, yeah. But that's, I mean, there is a certain point. Missy laughs at me all the time. Like when I just rebuilt the air conditioner in my car. I never did that before. But she walks out and the whole front end's off my car. And I said, man, I don't think I'm getting this one back together. And she just shook her head and walked inside and it works. So, so
Is it cool?
yeah, it's cool. So, the first kitchen I built, I cut the whole side of my house off. And I'm sitting there in a rafter. I never built a house before. I didn't know what I was doing. And I was like, man, what did I do? But I didn't have an option to fail. If Missy she was like 8 months pregnant with Zoe, and I literally, you could walk from my kitchen to the outside because I just cut the whole side of the house off to rebuild a kitchen. I wanted to build this fancy cathedral ceiling and stuff. And I'm like, okay. And we didn't really have the internet is like it is today. So, I mean, and I think those guys were just like, you know what? I'd rather fail trying than not try.
Well, actually, it's funny that you say that because that's kind of the general gist of the third episode of this series. Yeah. It's titled "Just Think About It," and typically, what we learned about that first movie is George would have these ideas in his head, these stories that he had created, and in some cases went so far as to put pencil to paper and write it out. He took those ideas, shared them with other people, and they would say, well, I don't think we can do it, or I don't know how to do it. And his response was, well, that's what I want to do, so just think about it.
Yeah.
You don't need an answer right now. Just think about it. And sure enough, they would tinker around. They would do some other stuff. They would think about it. And lo and behold, they came up with answers to meet the story that George pitched to them, however long before that conversation.
Well, I remember the story of, I think it was American Graffiti. They were having issues with lighting in the cars. And so they wound up just running lights under the dash or something to get uplight because I guess they couldn't shine lights in because the windshield would reflect, and they probably, because in a lot of those old movies, they would just take the windshields out, I can't imagine most of those people lending their cruisers back then would say, oh yeah, just pull my windshield out of my car.
Especially to a first-time filmmaker.
Yeah.
Who looked like a beatnik guy from California.
Yeah, no, I like that when he made them think. Well, because I think as a human, when we're overwhelmed, our first answer is always no. I can't do it.
And I know this is separate from the series, but that same mentality is something that George shared with Dave Filoni when he was working on the Clone Wars. And there's been a couple interviews where Dave and George were together, and that's one of the things that Filoni thanked George for. You would tell me that you wanted to do something, I would come back to you and say it was possible, and you would say, okay, well, let's do it. And ultimately, we did it. So that idea of letting go of fear and pursuing the idea, pursuing the impossible to the point where you make it possible. That's a lesson that I think every single person, regardless of what zip code you live in, what latitude you live in, what religion you have, that's a lesson that everybody can take away and apply to their life. And I think that's one of the beautiful things about Star Wars. It's not just about the laser swords and the space battles, but it's the philosophy that went into its creation, that thanks to things like this, we get to witness it, hear it, learn from it, and then apply it in our own lives.
Yep. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And what are some of the names of the folks that you remember from those first 3 episodes that you've either heard before, or this may be the first time that you had put a name to a face or put a name to the finished product.
See, I'm bad with names, so the names still are like when you say one, I recognize it.
Okay.
But like was it Phil Tippett, the guy with the
Phil
long
Tippett.
beard?
Yep.
His name I knew, I just never had seen him. Like I had seen him pictures of him years ago doing the AT-AT. I think that's the only time I'd ever seen him.
And that was before the beard.
Yeah. But a lot of those names, like I knew Ralph McQuarrie, but I didn't know the matte painter guy. I just assumed everyone did. I just assumed Ralph McQuarrie did everything.
Not the clouds.
Right. Yeah, that's a good story.
He didn't do the clouds very well either.
Yeah.
And so what's interesting, a lot of folks do credit Ralph with a lot of the early images of Star Wars. And there was a guy even before Ralph. They mentioned him briefly, Colin Cantwell.
Yeah.
Sadly, he passed away just this year. And what's interesting about it, Colin Cantwell was the first concept artist that George hired. Then he brought in Ralph McQuarrie, and Cantwell was responsible for the inspiration for the Death Star, the inspiration for the Tantive V4, the Blockade Runner, which originally was meant to be the Millennium Falcon. He was instrumental in the design of the TIE Fighter, and he had a concept for a giant spaceship, a Star Destroyer, and coolly enough, it wasn't used early on. It showed up in the most recently released trailer for Andor.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
So one of the many great things about Star Wars is even the concept stuff that does not get used for Project Y could show up somewhere else in a different iteration, and it fits in beautifully, just being retooled, retweaked, and set in like it belonged there from the beginning.
That's Clone Wars to a little bit, but definitely Rebels. Like Rebels, not only did they, revamp some of the toys that we didn't really care about. Like no one wanted that stupid troop transport until Rebels came out. And then Rebels did a lot of those concept things. And this is unrelated to that, but I wanted to bring it up to you guys about the Andor. Now I noticed that it's a negative. Now using the volume is now considered something negative. Did you notice that?
Yep. Or at least that's how it's being talked about now.
Yeah, I was like, what? Why can't we have them both? Why can't they both be really cool?
Well, let's go back to the Force Awakens. So after the prequels, people bashed the prequels because in some of their minds, too much emphasis was put on computer-generated images or CGI. Even though there were tons of miniatures and tons of models and tons of practical effects, CGI and digital technology got the brunt of the criticism. When The Force Awakens came out, they bragged about how they were going to do more practical stuff, even using Baba Joe, that creature with the big cage on his back, as an example of, this is how we're going old school. And then they went to the volume for some of the live action stuff, and now the volume is being dismissed and downplayed. Oh yeah, we want to go back to on location filming. And
if they would have never told about the volume from the season 1 of The Mandalorian, no one would have known. Like you know. Yeah. I just thought that was funny. It's just they keep innovating, and then there'll be an Industrial Light and Magic about the volume like 20 years from now, and everyone will be like, that's the greatest thing ever, I don't know.
Yeah. To kind of segue, and a shameless plug here, I just recorded an episode of the Beskar Bucket last night. And I touched on that. And it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, that's cool. I'm excited to see, some on-set filming. However, the volume is still an extremely useful tool in the massive arsenal that they have. So, I mean, because you can recreate entire cityscapes and backdrops in total virtual reality, and it still looks just as good as what it does in real life.
And it's a callback to the old studio way where you still need a prop master to do the front props. It kind of brings it full circle. Plus, it gives us more Star Wars because you can film on that thing 24/7.
Right.
Well,
You don't
and
have to.
considering that they have several volumes around the world, you can film on it 24/7 times however many volumes there are.
Yep.
Well, yeah, because there's one in California and there's one in Pinewood I know of.
Yeah.
I thought they were also building one in Georgia
Yeah.
and Australia, but I'm not 100% sure about those two.
That seems pretty par for the course. I'd be shocked if those weren't the next two.
I hope-
But I do know the Pinewood and is it Anaheim where they film everything, or is it?
It's near Anaheim. They don't disclose the address because I think it was at the one panel. Someone was saying it was either Filoni. Filoni was saying something about we film not so far from, and then John's something. No, we film way far away from here. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, it's in the Anaheim area proper, I think. But I'm hoping my kid gets to work on one of those, so maybe I can get a visit one of these before I kick it.
Heck, I'll be the clapper boy for.
She'll have a whole bunch of uncles. I'm telling you. You're gonna bring family members, okay? People will be going to the deeds office of Mike's gonna adopt me.
Yeah, you got Uncle John, you got Uncle Ken, Uncle Marty, Uncle Dan.
Yep.
Why is your Uncle John 2 years older than you? Don't worry about it.
West, southeastern Pennsylvania. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
So
No,
you mentioned Phil Tippett by name, and we've referenced Joe Johnston. Joe Johnston was also one of the early concept artists who was involved. He did a whole lot more than just concept art, but that was one of the things he really, really, really got known for. He was involved in designing Boba Fett's armor. He was involved in designing the Millennium Falcon as it is, because originally, when they originally had the plans for the Millennium Falcon, it looked a lot more like the Tantive V4, the blockade runner.
Yep.
But around the same time of the release of A New Hope, there was a show on television from England called Space 1999.
I watched it. I had that ship. I had that big ship. Yeah, I had that ship in the figure. When eBay first started in, what was it, late 90s? The little helmets that came with that ship with the people, I got a lot of money just for those little helmets. The ship itself, we wound up cutting it up and making a Warhammer obstacle for it at my comic book store. I wound up cutting it like diagonal with a bandsaw and then gluing it to a piece of thing and made it look like a big rusty wreck of a ship.
Do you regret that now?
Not really. It was worth all the Warhammer play.
Fair enough.
Yeah, that was it. I tried to rewatch that show. It didn't. It doesn't
hold up as well as the other stuff. However, it's still interesting to watch, I think.
Yeah, well, it's like I always like Battlestar Galactica, but I like the newer one, but the older one that's hard for me to watch as well.
Well, I think about like Buck Rogers.
Yeah.
Same kind of thing, or
that was all Star Wars. I mean, Star Wars, everyone was trying to get the next space show, you know.
And what's interesting is Star Wars came after Star Trek.
Yeah.
Star Trek was syndicated, in the 60s?
68 or 69, I think it was.
And then it played in reruns, because I used to watch the old Star Trek after school.
Okay.
See, I think Star Trek was more story driven. Like when I was a kid, no one really talked about the effects, the special effects at Star Trek, because besides the beaming down, everything else was kind of crappy, but the stories were good. It was a little different type of. I guess because you didn't think the special effects could be any better.
Yeah. Well, and too, I think one of the other differences, Star Trek, I think, was built to be perceived as possible future.
Yeah, it is science fiction, not science fantasy.
Yeah, whereas Star Wars never pretended to be that.
Well, and Star Wars is in the past.
Oh yeah, and it's not even in this galaxy.
Right.
It's far, far away.
And we saw how good Battlestar Galactica was when they finally got to Earth. That's when it really went. That's when every show in the 80s, remember, the main cast wind up quitting, and he'd have the substitute people. Like Dukes of Hazard had it, Chips had it. I think even Happy Days had it, and then they had it too. They had then and it was like, okay, let's get people that almost look like them and name them
Like
close and just
the
act
bootleg
like nothing.
versions.
Yeah, act like nothing happened. You know,
This isn't Luke Skywalker; it's Duke Skywalker, his
yeah,
distant cousin or whatever.
it was always something like that. I just remember they changed the whole. Whoops, they changed the whole crew, and you were supposed to just be like, oh, okay, but you know. But yeah, but they were all looking for that next R2 as well. Because you remember in Battlestar Galactica, they had a dog. I think it was a monkey in a dog suit.
Was it called K9?
No, it was
Or was that in Doctor Who?
that was Doctor Who. It was
Mhm.
Moppet or something. I don't know. It was something and then they had Twiggy on Buck Rogers.
Which was sort of kind of like a combination of C3PO and R2.
Yeah, because you had Twiggy, which was R2, and you had the thing Doctor
someone or other.
that he wore on his chest.
Yeah.
And then they brought the Birdman in to Buck Rogers, and
Yeah, that got super weird.
yeah, that was. We were limited. We weren't allowed to watch Buck Rogers that much. Like my grandmother wouldn't let us watch it because it got like
Well, it was
racy.
kind of
sometimes.
racy.
Yeah,
And that was on television. That was on regular television, and
Yeah.
some of the
Gil Gerard.
costumes look like they could have been straight out of like a Las Vegas, cabaret show or something like that.
But yeah, well, that's. I mean, I don't know. Again, I hope that documentary inspires the 20 somethings that want to go into film as much as it inspires me. So, and then because Matt wants to do another battle scene at the cliffs again. He wants to do another battle scene at the cliffs again to get. I guess he wants to get more. Like he wants to film like up close, like more gritty shots too to add in. I don't know. I talked to him yesterday night, no Monday night, and I don't feel like I know any more than I did before. I mean, he has like some in Allentown. They're going to do some interior shots of the Falcon. Some guy has a interior of the cockpit of the Falcon built in his house, and they're going to try to film some more with Marty and Dan, and but I don't know when. You know how it's hard to pin Matt down. It's hard to pin him down. So.
Yeah. So I take it that means the update that you promised this week is.
I just have to figure out how to word it so I don't sound like an idiot. But because I said, well, look, if you want to do another battle scene, that's fine. We got to get a date. And he's like, well, October, November. I'm like, well, that's not really a date.
Oh, it's also going to be cold.
Well, that's that's what I mean. It's so I don't know. I just got to figure
out. The lighting will be way different. Like we won't have as much of it.
Well, if we do it in October, early October, we'll hit about that same stuff we had in March. You know, but it just depends on the weather. Like in October, you can have an overcast, cold day on Saturday, and you can have a 65-degree sunny day on Sunday. That's just October weather for you.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of why I was hoping for August because I mean
I tried, man. I tried, but he, because his work, I'm at the point with everything we know. I still think we should work on a fan film. We should put together a script, and we should what do we have to lose?
Well, here's a question with it. Do you want to do a fan film, like a beginning, middle, and an end? Or do you want to do a variety show where we have smaller clips, vignettes? Because it may be more manageable to do those smaller clips, vignettes, getting everyone together to film those than it would be to film all the scenes necessary to construct a fan film.
Well, yeah. And see, I go back and forth on that because to me, part of the fun of the fan film is making it an event when you do it.
Mm-hmm.
So in some ways, the product is almost not as important as the day doing it. I mean, the product's important, but
yeah.
But Yeah, I mean, I'd do either one. I think the only thing I still think we know so many people with so many cool costumes. It's almost like we owe it to ourselves to have something that showcases all that stuff.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
agree wholeheartedly.
And
the
now you can tap into the Ohio 501st
right,
too.
right. Oh, and they have Phasma. They're Phasma, and I'll have a Vader soon.
Well,
All we got to
Ohio's
do is
got an amazing Kylo.
Yeah.
yeah, I know. And but yeah, I mean, it's there's so much to it. It just we need a good script. Like I'd love to get someone who knows how to make film, like to be the director and camera person. But honestly, with the if we have to, we can either rent equipment or film. The phones we carry around are better than fan film cameras from 5 years ago.
Well,
You
don't
know,
forget we got Ned.
Yeah, that's what I was
yeah,
gonna
we have
say. We
Ned.
know Ned.
Ned knows stuff.
Yeah, well, yeah, Ned is one of those people. When I see him move around equipment, like just getting his stuff out, I realize how much I don't know.
Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yes, and actually, can we pause right here because I want to acknowledge the fact that one of our listeners just celebrated a birthday yesterday.
Who was that?
That's Eager. Happy birthday! Happy birthday! I'm not going to sing for you
Oh,
because
there we go. Oh, I see that here. I'm neglecting the chat. Sorry.
I mean, normally on your birthday you want a present, and me singing would not be considered a present. So let me just say happy birthday to you.
Yeah.
Thanks for hanging out with us and catching up with us tonight. Hopefully you did something fun and exciting for your birthday.
Star
Like
Wars related.
watching Light and Magic. I mean, that could be a treat.
Hey, did you see I know you saw it, Ken, Sal's show.
I saw the little clip you sent out. And
Yeah.
see, that's also the kind of stuff we could get involved in. I mean, come on, we've got the skills.
Yeah. Well, we watched them film a lot of that because a lot of that they filmed at Celebration.
Okay.
And then because they filmed them on this, they were doing all these takes and cuts and takes, and then they had a kid stage on there and stuff. And Sal is like just made for that part, you know. And then the girl who does the evil side, that's I forget her name now. I'm sorry, but it's Rob's wife. He's the head of the Saber Guild, or used to be the head of the like worldwide Saber Guild.
Wow.
Um, so
We gotta start doing a better job on this show of inviting some of those folks on to come hang out with
I
us.
know I
Even if it's
sent
for 20 or 30 minutes.
I sent a message to Sal today, but he's on West Coast time, so he works late.
Mm.
So
Late
he's
there or late here?
late there. So he
Okay.
like he might work till like 7 or 8. So and he's already 3 hours. So
Well, usually we're
7
still
or 8 is-
recording by then.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Well, I keep bugging Sal, but he's on like a jillion podcasts too. So
Yeah, not even counting just his own. I mean,
yeah. Oh yeah. He's on that, and he's on the one with Araj Sith List. He does the Sith List with Araj.
oh, I don't think I've listened to that one yet.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's pop culture with Star Wars mixed in. But and in just his stuff alone, like Rogue Rebels, yeah, has a lot. I didn't get to meet. I met her Araj like with a hello, but I didn't get to meet him because he was at Zoe's panel, and then we just kind of when the panel was disbanding, I didn't get to talk to. It was in that zone at Celebration certain days where I was like almost like tunnel
Autopilot.
vision. I was just like in tunnel vision. So
So actually,
Yeah.
you brought up the idea of a fan film. What are some of the things that you've been bouncing around in your head in terms of what this fan film could be of or about, or who would be involved?
okay, so I have right off the top of my head so like Marty had a him and Safi were going somewhere. I think we were going to New York. We went to New York for like a troop or something. We were talking, and he has one. He wants to do a Tusken Raider one because we were talking one day. And we're like, okay, how can we use those cliffs to the maximum use than just like if you shot different angles, you could make those cliffs look like a. And so he was thinking like, what if you did a episode where you had some stormtroopers and sand troopers walking and getting a radio call about something, and like and then they meet up with some Tusken Raiders, and it's just like a female Tusken and a kid, and they like slaughter them, and then just they radio back, okay, it's taken care of. And then as the stormtroopers are walking back to the rendezvous, the one Tusken Raider comes and he basically like hunts them and picks them off, like almost like a revenge Western type, like one of those kind of stories.
Okay.
That was the one we talked about.
So with that, could we have Jawas in the background?
Yeah, you could have Jawas. You could have all the Imperials. You could have biker scouts, stormtrooper, officer. Sometimes not having non-face characters is better for your post, because then you don't have to worry about the lines. You can put them in,
Yeah, because you don't have to match up lips and everything like that.
Yeah.
And continuity is helpful too. You don't have to worry about like, oh well, XYZ was in this shot, so it wouldn't make sense for them to be in this shot.
Yeah. So like that's always one, and I still think I still would love to do a comedy. Like I still think my Seinfeld Star Wars or The Office Star Wars would be awesome.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's where I think some of those vignettes or those skits would be, because you may not necessarily want to do what's The Office, 100 episodes or something like that.
Right.
Do you have enough content to do 100 episodes, or do you have enough content to do 1 or 2? And then the next thing is the Tuskens and the Stormtroopers, and then the thing after that is the Mandalorians hunting a bounty, only to find out that it's a child.
Yeah. Well, and that might be a better vignettes and small shows, because then you could build a show around those. Like you could have a host, and here's our blah blah blah. Because the other thing with fan films, especially when they get the really big production fan films, like what's the follow up to Troops? They did Imps. Have you guys ever seen Imps?
Yeah.
They did Imps, but then it got to be such a big production they couldn't keep up there for a while. Like they were trying to put out, and it kind of fell by the wayside because the production got because they used to have a special page where they look, here's the helmets we're going to be using in Imps and stuff like that.
Well, actually, with that in mind, it could almost be. Do you remember the original Twilight Zone?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Rods, so you have the one character who does the introduction for all of these episodes, and the episodes don't necessarily have to connect to each other than the fact that they're all in the Star Wars universe somehow, and that narrator, that MC could be giving a little bit of information about what you're about to see.
Yeah.
MC could be giving.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button. Sorry. My thing was said we weren't live, and I was like, what? And then I just clicked it, and apparently it is. It's just a couple seconds off. Yeah, I just think, because the plus side to all the costuming groups and anyone with costumes, I never want people to think like the costume people. We of us three, we're not the costuming people to think if you're not in a group that you're not.
Actually, too, with that in mind, do you think it's possible for us to come up with a couple episodes that could be recorded during an event, during a convention, during one of these large public gatherings, to take advantage of them being together and in this different space?
Yeah, I'm wondering, I'm thinking, okay, let's think Steel City for one, right? I'm trying to think where you could film that you could actually make it look Star Wars. Like you could film inside the elevator, You could probably film alongside that building, right, John? If you went on the side of the building, where it's just the side of the building, like where you don't go in, that would be a neutral background. Probably in that mall is half empty. You could probably, because during cons you can basically just walk in the mall full armored up and just
Well, I'm shocked because I think Toga and I were both still in full costume when me and Marty went.
Yeah. We just went over to the mall. You know.
Because with that, so one of the things you told us about before was the droid hunt.
Yeah.
Could you do some clips related to the droid hunt? Preparing for the hunt, out on the hunt, capturing the droids, and splice them together to make something substantial.
Possibly, yeah.
Well, here's another idea, and this isn't so much of a fan film, but more so just like an accompanying piece. I'm shocked that we were not doing any like behind the scenes filming
You
for
mean
the
of
Han Solo
trooping and
Chronicles.
Oh,
Really?
yeah, I know. Well, see, and this is where I think with all these fan films, you get so many moving pieces, and it's hard. Like you saw how hard it was to get. Like I was begging to get people,
Yeah.
and you know, and because he wanted to do some behind the scene filming and stuff like that, but who do you get? Like we were we were filming both sides of the battle because we couldn't get enough stormtroopers,
True.
and that's
Well,
always the thing.
and this is by no means a dig. This is no means a jab, and I don't intend it to be delivered as such. You said that Matt's somewhat challenging to nail down.
Yep.
He's also challenged with that the folks who are playing as actors aren't involved in the conversation before showing up on screen day,
Right.
because there is the room. So, for instance, who's the gentleman that played not Dan? He dressed as an officer sometime. Was
Yeah.
it Bob?
Yeah, it was Bob. Yeah.
So could a character like Bob be recruited to also film, like you said, John, that behind the scenes stuff? But if he doesn't know that Matt wants him to do it, he's not going to necessarily just do it.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
And so we have to be more deliberate and thoughtful when we get together in these ways. Because I do what I can to catch some still shots in
Right.
between some of the stuff, but it's hard to do the still shots and the boom and the and the
right.
whatever.
And the TKs, we don't have pockets, so
Right. Yeah, I was gonna say it's a little difficult for. I mean, we don't have a lot of like, I don't want to say street clothes, but like just like cloth actors who
Yeah.
could just transition easily into that. Because like Mike, like you said, like us troopers, it's difficult to maneuver as it is. So
Right.
Yep.
And yeah, so I mean but see now, and the plus side to us being in that film is it makes you like, I would have never thought of all this stuff. Like, you know what I mean? Because like I probably would have, except there's such a difference between volunteer and when you get paid to do stuff. Not that one's better, not one's worse, but when you're volunteering, you still take it seriously. Like I think everyone at that shoot we did took it seriously and was there and stuff like that. But when people are getting paid, and that's when you have the time for the meetings, and you have the like, other than us three, most people don't have like 3 or 4 hours in the middle of the week to talk Star Wars. But if you somehow can shore that up and like the pre-show stuff, the pre-filming stuff is probably as important. And I think the independent films in general, I think, suffer from not having that, because they're usually on a shoestring budget, even the ones that bring in money, and they have to, like, okay, look, I only have X amount of money to pay my actors, or I only have this much budget to, bring food for the people, and I how am I going to get them all to talk, But yeah,
Well, I mean, it's funny you say that, because if you look at what George did for the prequels, he tapped Ahmed Best to record these little behind the scenes documentaries that were ended up being, posted on StarWars.net or something like that. So even George kind of thought through some of these things, and part of it may have come from the fact that he did so much behind the scenes documenting before. I think he did, Finian's Rainbow, or worked on some of these things in that capacity for Francis Ford Coppola. So
Warwick Davis and the guy who played Mace, they made a documentary of the Ewok movies.
Yep.
Absolutely.
So, and it wouldn't necessarily mean that we have to get all 30 actors to get together. It might be a matter of, Matt reaching out to that one soft-parted costumer and say, hey, I know I noticed on the list that you signed up to be there on Saturday in the movie, I was also wondering if you'd be willing to help out in these ways.
Yeah, and that's where again we have to pin a date down.
Right.
Like that's
Yeah.
I mean, I'm lucky enough that I'm off most weekends, unless my actual job, I never work on Saturdays unless I have a robotics competition. But most people don't have that. Like Saturdays, it's not 20 years ago where a lot of people had Saturdays off, But
I think what could go a long way, and again, this is not a dig at anyone, like you said, Ken. I think if Matt were to open up the dialogue, because
Yeah.
I think it's right now when it comes to like the connecting to the rest of the actors, it's really just you and Marty, right?
Right, and it's usually me because I just badgered Matt, and
Right.
I think Matt's in the same boat as us. This is his passion project.
Yeah,
So
just for fun.
just like we're not getting paid, he's paying. He's actually paying money out to do something, and so that again, it makes it all more difficult. And you can't really raise. If I remember correctly, for fan films, you're not really allowed to raise money. Like Star Wars is very generous with their IP with that stuff, but I think there was something years ago with like fan films or something that you're not allowed to like do GoFundMe's, or there's a whole bunch of websites that you can raise money to make an independent film. And I think Lucasfilm was like, no, you can't use those if you're going to do our independent films or something, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I think the only one that I know of off the top of my head that got permission from Lucasfilm was Star Wars Theories.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because he raised over $100,000
Yeah.
to make his Vader.
Yeah, but then I
series.
think there was some fallout from that then too.
Mhm.
I think there was a little bit of fallout after I think that was when they kind of like, hey, look, no more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because I remember that.
Well, also part of that is because it's taken him 3 years to release episode 2. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think if Matt opened up the dialogue to I mean, even like maybe 1 or 2 more people, I think that could help.
Well, I'll say
take
something.
some of the workload off.
I'll say something to him. I'll post something up. I don't know. Like he right now. When I was talking to him at Monday, he's kind of at the stage where he's waiting for the the special effects dude to finish whatever stuff he has from him, because he doesn't really know what he wants to shoot yet until he sees all the final product of what's done.
Right.
And the downside, which I wish it was August, but the downside of where we're shooting, especially that, because he was asking me if I knew of any other quarries, and the problem is with quarries around here, the color's off. Most of them are most of them are gray because they've dug most of the limestone out. So if you go to a quarry here, it's way more gray than where we were at. And a lot of the quarries here won't let you. You can't, like, if it's a working quarry, they're not going to let you. You'd have to he'd probably have to have insurance and all kinds of stuff.
Tetanus shots.
Yeah.
Lyme's disease.
Waivers.
But because that's the downside, is because that place, I'm the closest to it, and I'm still a little over an hour away.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's kind of out in the, and when we do it in October and March, we have such a short window of time to film. And like you said, John, if the dialogue's there and we get, like, I tried to do a shot list the first time. I was like, look, let's just make a shot list and have a schedule and like hit that. Just because I knew we were going, I just know when you're in armor, it seems like you're moving slower than like you can't, like, it took us a while to walk down to the ravine, and so get all the shots that are in the ravine before you have us come out of the ravine.
Yeah.
Well, also too, with that, going back to what John was saying about the dialogue, if we start the dialogue now, we can make sure that we have the sufficient number of stormtroopers, that we have a sufficient number of soft-parted Imperials and so on. Yeah. Because how many was there the last time? It was what, 12 troopers or something like that?
Maybe. I don't even know if it's that many, but well, and see, at first me and him had a slight different vision, because I still pictured the ragtag, like, people in almost like the partisans from Andor, like like mismatched costumes.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll say something. Like I say, he just got back from whatever. Like I don't understand how his work works too, but I know he worked.
Yeah.
His is like feast or famine. Do a lot of work and then
Yeah.
you know.
Because the other challenge for him is let's pretend he picks a date. For all we know, 7 of those 12 might not be available on that date he picks.
Right.
And what are you gonna film with 5 troopers?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and that's where I see. That's where I wished it would have been summer because I wish we could have. Like to me, I wish we could have built an event around it. Like,
Mhm.
okay, look, there's a trooping event in the area, and on the day before, come do this or the day after. I don't know. That's just me. Because we have a weird event. We have a weird event here in Lancaster that we get like 30 troopers. And it's not even that good of an event, but people come to this. It's this little science factory. I don't know what it is, you know. So I don't know. But all of this coming back to Industrial Light and Magic it's still amazing that we're worrying about costumes that were designed in 1976. You know,
Yeah.
Yeah. By, like you said, John, a ragtag group of rebels. And not even just ragtag group of rebels here in the US. There was prop makers and costume designers, in England who once again took George's ideas, Cantwell, McQuarrie, and Johnston's pictures,
Yep.
put it into three-dimensional form that managed to make it onto the screen. That costumers today in 2022 are still picking apart pieces of so that they can make them themselves.
Arguing
And
about a rivet.
yes, and the color of the rivet.
Well, and you know what? The AT-AT, when they were telling a story about the design of the AT-AT, it reminded me a little bit of some of your episodes on your podcast, Ken, when your toy guys are talking about designing of the toys. Like, because the AT-AT, I mean, other than like I think of when you think of it's hard to think of New Hope and Pool stuff that's super iconic because most of it's all iconic. But when I think of Empire Strikes Back, if someone said like just try to think of a vehicle or something, the AT-AT just that's what Empire Strikes Back hits me at.
Mhm.
The AT-AT.
Well, the AT-AT, and I would say the snow speeder.
Yeah.
Was it the TC-14?
You'll have to yeah.
No, TC-14 was the protocol droid from Phantom Menace.
Oh. I don't know.
Time for Wikipedia. It's the T-47.
T-47.
I knew
They
there
were
was
having
a T.
I just knew they were having trouble adapting them to the cold.
Yeah, and what's really funny about it is we call them snow speeders because that's what was on the box and that's
the
what they
box.
referenced.
Yeah.
But they weren't snow speeders. In fact, they actually showed up in the Obi-Wan Kenobi show.
Yeah.
So I think that was another one of those iconic kind of vehicles that were created by craftsmen, created by wild thinkers. Or if we go back to A New Hope, think about the little creatures that Phil Tippett and his team made for the Jaek table.
Oh yeah,
And
that was
all.
yeah.
That was
That
all
was
because
cool.
George went to their shop and said, "Hey, those are cool. Can you make those for this thing that I have an idea for?"
Well,
So it
and
wasn't what he had necessarily originally planned, but shoot, there it was.
I always love the Jason and the Argonauts clips they always show. They always show those clips of the Jason and Argonaut because those I forget what they're called. That type of and those Sinbad shows.
Oh, the
They
stop
used to
motion?
Yeah, they used to always be on Saturdays when I was a kid. It was like Doctor Shock Theater, which was horror. Old was it Hammer? What's this?
It was Hammer movies.
The Hammer movies were always on, and then it was like Adventure Theater and Kung Fu Theater. That was every Saturday.
And to think that those horror movies were just played in the middle of the day.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So they weren't so graphic and gruesome that they couldn't be played where where kids could watch them.
Yeah.
So it wasn't like horror after dark. It was something that could be played while you're eating your lunch.
Every other one was Vincent Price anyway. Yeah. But yeah, I like I said, I have 3 more episodes of that to watch, and it's just been a busy week.
And I'll give you the same suggestion I gave you the last time when we talked about it. Give yourself space.
Well, that's why I'm watching them slow, because a lot
Yeah.
of times I'll just throw something on and I'm like sitting down, my phone's on in my hand, and it's worth every minute.
Yeah, I one of my plans is to take something that showed up during one of the episodes and make a T-shirt of it and wear it for our next episode. So
Oh,
I want
okay,
to see
yeah,
if you guys pick up on what it is.
yeah. It's just I don't know. I can't stress it enough for anyone that wants to be in the film industry, even if you think you're past your prime, do it. You know,
Well,
like,
yeah, you beat my excuse.
huh?
I said you beat my excuse.
What's your excuse?
No, I passed my prime.
No, man.
Well, one of the cool
look,
things about it is now it doesn't even have to be the film industry.
right.
Think about TikTok and YouTube. I mean, you could get creative there. I mean, what's that? The guy who just recently got 100 million followers, Mr. Beast or something like this?
Mm-hmm.
You could be that guy.
Yeah.
You know, he has a burger chain. He makes, you know, he's involved in candy bars and all that sort of stuff.
But and that stuff is the new stuff. But again, the one thing this country has going for it is people want American. When I say American films, it's they want films from our film houses. You know, like that's the one thing. It seems like we is still what people want, and they want Lucasfilm films and they want Marvel films. And if anyone can take any of that inspiration, man, just go out. I mean, you know, I'm looking back at my 30 some years of being an adult, and I've never said, "Oh, I wished I wouldn't have." I think back and I'm like, man, I wish I just would have done it a little more, you know. But I grew up in the time where they're like, "Oh no, you know, make sure you go to your 9 to 5 job and you have your, you know, your car and pick up in the driveway, and you know." So
Well, I think BB-8's a wonderful example too of what's possible.
yeah,
I mean, BB-8 ended up being built by droid makers that Kathleen Kennedy and some of the other Lucasfilm executives saw at a celebration. You know, they saw some of the droids that the droid builders had made and talked to those creators and offered them a position to come and help bring BB-8 into reality.
yeah. Though
You know,
most
so-
people hate the BB-8s that are made. If you talk to the droid builders, like I had so many friends that were building BB-8s because BB-8 can't, even the best built ones can't maneuver like the puppet. You know, the one on the big stick.
Yeah, well, they had that's the other great thing about the behind the scenes stuff is it wasn't just a BB-8; it was multiple BB-8s.
Well, it's like R2. If you look at the 4 or 5 different R2s in New Hope, it drives the R2 builders crazy because there's different pieces on them. You know, like, well, that battery pack's different and this is different. You know, and
This one has a third leg. That one doesn't.
Kenny Baker's foot sticking out of this one. You know, the joys of, you know. Well, that remote was that. I think it was on this special when they showed the remote R2 that just went and fell over.
Mm-hmm.
You know, because they thought they thought they were going to do all remotes, and luckily they had Kenny Baker because I don't think R2 would have been the same if it would have been a remote.
Yeah, and think too, the technology, the remote control was probably 15 inches wide so, and now they're using, you know, PlayStation and Xbox controllers to move these robots around.
Yeah, I have a troop Saturday with the Reading Phillies. Mando Mercs are going. Ken, what are you doing Saturday? You should come to the Reading Phillies.
Oh, I didn't know about that one.
I'm going it with the droid builders because they have a cap for 501st, so I'm taking Safi. And I should just build a remote to carry around when I'm with Safi, and just because half the time they don't believe there's a person in there. You know.
Speaking of Safi, though, I saw the pictures that you had posted up today, or may have been yesterday.
Which ones?
It was just a handful from one of the celebrations.
Oh yeah,
It was all a Safi. I audibly laughed when I saw the pictures of her just wearing the helmet.
Oh yeah. She was just rolling around in the helmet, just
Just because the expression or lack thereof it did not match the rest of the body language, and
yeah.
it got a good chuckle out of me.
Well, that celebration. So there's the guy who did one of the first 000. His name's Christian, and I became friends with him at Orlando because that's when I started in my mind thinking, hey, Safi could probably do a droid. Um, well, when and she's like one of the second 000s that any did any time. Everyone thought it was her. Because at first people kept asking us, "Are you Christian?" And at first I thought it was like some religious test, like
Do you have time to talk about our Lord Jesus?
yeah. And they're like, no, And so I ran into him. We took some pictures with him. But that was man, she was a trooper on that one because we hadn't solved the we hadn't solved the foot problem. So that first time she wore it, all the weight of the legs were still resting on the arch of her foot.
Mm.
And so then we solved it and got it straightened out. But I was doing what I always complain about all in this cosplay store. I was still putting that stuff together that night in the hotel room celebration. So, but that took the first time it took an hour and a half just to get her in it.
Yeah. Probably twice as long to get her out too.
Getting her out's pretty good. It's just getting her in it. It has to be a specific order, and we were still learning the order.
Well, an order and an angle, like all of that stuff has to.
Oh yeah, order an angle, and the rubber shorts she had never worn because we left on a Tuesday. We left on a Tuesday afternoon or something, and we left Wednesday morning. The shorts arrived Monday night. I had to paint them right away. And then we drove with them in the back of the van with the windows open so we didn't die of Krylon paint fumes. So.
True customer.
Well, those shorts, I ordered them like 6 months out. And it just, I get irritated with people that take too long to build stuff. So, but yeah, those pictures came up on my feed and I was like, that was a fun time. But yeah, we're going to be at the Phillies game, and Safi's doing it unless it's like crazy hot. Then it's her call.
Well, this weekend isn't it expected to be crazy hot?
It's like 87, but the heat index is not high. So as long as she can find some shade, and I'll just take a water bottle with a straw that I can. But the nice thing about it is it's the Reading Phillies. You don't have to be in costume for that long. And she's with the droid builders. If she gets there and suits up and does it for an hour and she's too hot, then I'll suit her down.
Why don't you bring an umbrella with you like they use for Anthony? Yeah,
not a bad idea. I could do that too.
Because then you could recreate that picture.
Yeah.
Given.
I also need one of those a cart to put her on.
Oh, a hand truck, the dolly.
Yeah, a hand truck with the armrests because she can't put her arms down. See, that's what people forget too. Like her arms. Like she can't bend them straight; they stay, So
see, I should have had you make me at least the arm part of the droid costume when I had that surgery on my arm.
Oh yeah,
I could have had a droid attachment there so that I didn't move it.
Well, like you can the 3D print, you can zoom them, make them bigger, because I've seen bigger droids have to print them, but then you look like Popeye 3PO. Like if you make them a little, because there's a guy that did a C-3PO and it looked perfect, but then when you step back and look at the silhouette, it looked like he had like Incredible Hulk arms.
The power of the Force.
They just weren't, because like she has to, for Safi, she has to fold her thumb in to get it through the piece, but it's just to keep. I just like the aesthetic of how it looks, and as long as she likes to wear it.
In some ways, I almost think that the droid builders are exclusionary. I mean, they don't have droids that would fit a fat guy like me.
Well, I was looking at that droid from Kenobi, the big one.
Ned.
Yeah. I'm sure someone at the droid division or Michael Badley probably makes those files already.
I mean, they've already got Lola files out there available.
Yeah, I have those. I the scale's off, so and I'm just my printers are not running. I'm not because I'm gonna get them. I gotta get them ready to do these Vader parts. Now that Marty brought the cape, the only thing is that cape doesn't have. I have to get a piece of fake leather sewed across the top, 1 inch wide, has to flap over the top.
1 inch
Even
on
though-
either side, or 1 inch total?
around the neck, one on each side, like a
Okay, so it's 2 inches just folded in half
yeah,
over it.
or something like that. I gotta read the CRL, but there's some kind of piece of leather that has to be around it. So I'll find somebody.
Yeah, I mean, you're almost done.
Yeah, the
So-
inner robes, and I just got to find someone to either make them. The problem is just the robes. The people that make those robes they're so expensive.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Black
I would
Vader's not
love
a
for
cheap
you to-
costume to begin with, so
Yeah,
No, I would love for you to jazz up your Vader so that the buttons on the chest box were connected to an iPod, just like they did in Robot Chicken, where the Emperor pushed the buttons. It's like on the torso, light bright, and like different music got played and stuff like that.
well, I could make it. What's nice about 3D printing is I could make a secondary box.
Okay.
You know, because what I'm going to try to do is I have an acre, and when I wore Marty's, I wore the acre right here under the chest armor.
Mhm.
It was okay, but that chest armor, it pushed the chest armor out a little bit, so it wasn't comfortable. So I think if I take the acre apart, just take it down to just the wires, I'm going to see if I can put it all in the chest box.
Where would you put the holes for the sound to come out?
I'll sit the speaker back and just see if it reverberates off of the how
okay.
because it just has to be my voice, and if that doesn't work, I'll put speakers in the belt things.
Okay. Yeah, because I know a bunch of Mandos that have the speakers attached to their belts, and some of them even have the speakers attached to their belt behind them under their
They're
cape.
talking out their ass.
Yeah. So they spend the whole con doing that.
Well, I have the shuffle. I have the shuffle when I did it with Marty's. I just clipped the shuffle right here, and then I just put it on a loop,
Okay.
and it just you know. But if what I'll probably do is if I can't fit the acre in the box, I'm just gonna mess around and see what I can get because I want the voice changer. I definitely want the voice changer because I know some guys do recorded things, and I trooped with a Vader that had the voice changer, and it was just so awesome because I had my TK with the static burst, and he had, and so we could talk back and forth and stuff.
yeah. See, I want to do that for Kylo too, but with him, there's nowhere to realistically put a speaker on that costume.
Yeah. Well, see, there are certain speakers like Dan had one where he glued it to his chest piece, and it made the chest piece the speaker. Like it made the sound come off the speak. You know what I mean? Like it reverberated. So I wonder if there's something like that, or even if you got a micro like a model train speaker, you might be able to mount a model train speaker right. The problem is you got to mount it far enough away from your mouth that you don't get feedback.
Right.
So you'd mount like a model train speaker like right here and put the microphone on this side and have it, you know.
Yeah, I think it's. I'm also deaf, so it's like I can hardly hear myself talk in that helmet, and I always feel like no one else can hear me.
No, there was a guy that made an amp for TK helmets that you'd put your TK helmet, and he made amplifiers so the things here they picked up sound, so you could hear better in the TK helmet.
Oh wow!
So I think he was at Celebration. I think he had a stand at Celebration. You know, because I like when I wore Marty's Vader helmet, he had 2 fans in it, which was really I could not hear a thing. Like
it amazes me how folks can do that sort of stuff. So there's a gentleman in the New Jersey Mercs who just recently got approved. His costume is the one that has the same color scheme as the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Oh yeah.
And he made his gauntlets. I don't know exactly how he did it, but he put motion activated sensors in it, like the lightsabers, so that when he moves his hands certain ways, certain sounds come out based on the movements.
Cool.
I have
That's
trouble
cool.
heat shaping Sintra, and this guy over here is putting motion censored sound in it. I'm like, geez Louise, the level of skill for some of these costumes is incredible.
Well, you probably have to watch a 12-year-old on YouTube show you how to do it. It's usually what happens.
Yeah.
Mike, I want you to get your Vader done so bad.
Oh, I'm inspired today. So, that's why I just gotta either probably not tonight because it's late, but I just gotta print those files I got some black filament. They sent me the last bottom of my case was black. It's supposed to be. It says gray on the box, but it's black. So
Yeah.
I'm going to print them in black just for the sake of printing them in black. But yeah, because all I got to get the hard parts and then the inner robe. And I mean, I'm hoping that I was going to say I'm hoping to have it done by Steel City. Now I'm just hoping to have it approved by Steel City. It'll definitely be done by Steel City.
Right. Yeah, because I
In
mean,
December.
you've got the shoulder armor, right?
Yeah. I have the shoulder armor, the shoulder bells. I have the leg armor. I have the actual besides the pieces I can 3D print. The only thing I'm missing is the inner robe.
Mm.
So
I'm jealous, to be honest with you. I wish I wasn't so goddamn short.
well, I'm going to be wearing I'm going to be wearing lifts. So
I gotta wear lifts just for Kylo, and even then, I'm only 6 foot, maybe.
you mind mine? Well, and the Vader helmet puts some height on you too. So I do have to do the inner linings of the helmet. Again, I'm going to probably have to put some kind of fan in it. I just, I don't know. The fan part I don't. The fan part I don't like. So.
Ugh. Yeah, I'm very excited to see it when it's finally done. Do you think you're gonna have a hard time getting it approved?
Nah, I don't think so. My it's just gonna the approval part will be the small details, because the helmet and all the helmet, the armor, and the leg parts is probably 80% of the Vaders in Korea bought the same one. It's the same, So it's just going to be the little details and make sure the chest box is right. And I'll have to get a saber, which I'll probably 3D print a hilt and just clean it up, because the problem with Empire Vader is that he has the hook where he just hangs on a hook.
Yeah.
So
now for Vader, do you need to have the full saber, or can you just go
I
with
think
the
you
hilt?
can just have I think you can just have the hilt. So, but I have enough time before now in Steel City that if I want to save a few bucks, I can buy a good saber. I liked, like, when I did Vader with, I like not having the saber. I like being able to walk around without, like, Marty let me use his for a while and then we put it back, and it was just as much fun not having the saber.
Yeah, I mean, from the Kenobi show, we realized that Vader can do a lot of stuff without the saber.
Yeah.
I would also. I doubt it's released by Steel City, but look at the Force Effects Elite Vader saber they're releasing for the Kenobi show.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah.
They're like $250. It's got a removable blade. It's, they're nice sabers. Like, obviously you've seen the dark saber. That's a little bit different, but like I've got the elite Kylo saber.
They're heavy though, aren't they?
Yeah, they're kind of, well,
that dark
hang
saber
from a belt.
Heavy. That dark saber is heavy.
Yeah, the Kylo saber is heavy too, but the Revan one wasn't too bad.
The battery pack is. Let me see what I'm trying to see if I need. Chest box. Bodysuit can be. Let me see. 1, 2, or 3 piece. Okay, that's good. Belt. Okay. Belt boxes. Lightsaber. Lightsaber should be master replica or custom built. Hilt. Metal chrome grips. Lever box. Side. Lightsaber should only be required as long as. Oh, okay. it says lightsaber should only be required as long as it's in compliance with applicant local laws. Like what law does not let you have a lightsaber?
Interesting.
It's a good question.
I
Well,
think
maybe you're not allowed to have one on Tatooine.
I guess, yeah, I guess. Wow, look for level 2, the lightsaber should be capable to be belt worn with the emitter facing upward, detachable blade or no blade.
Mm-hmm.
Lightsaber should be 1-to-1 scale. 1-to-1 scale. So I guess Master Replicas is not 1-to-1. And then for level 3, it should be partially weathered.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus, are you kidding?
For level 3 approval.
That's I love how that's the Sith Lord status, because I think level 3 is because like it's the Centurion of the Sith
Well,
Lord.
there's only I'll never be able to get level 3 because you have to have leather. So
Yeah, but you wouldn't be able to use your personal beliefs as a way like because of,
I know the Mando Mercs have that. I don't think 501st has that.
Yeah, they don't care about your personal beliefs.
Like
just shut up and do your job.
They you can get in like because of the basic thing, but for that, yeah, like let me see.
Well,
the we're talking about elitism. Come on,
look,
I'm kidding.
Here's the to get on the mask to get 3rd level. It says the wearer's right side of the mask is higher than the left side
because of the asymmetry involved in the
level
3.
I don't know if this because Mike, you'd know better than I would, but for the different level approvals, isn't that a detachment level approval?
That's a detachment. Well, and see that's one of my beefs with the approval process. I wish they would take those levels off the CRL because I think sometimes GMLs get confused by that.
Yeah,
I don't know how they do because they're color coded, but I think sometimes they get slightly confused about that.
So I will tell you, just because obviously I've spent quite a bit of time now on the Sith Lord Detachment forum.
Yeah,
they have paused any past basic approval.
Yeah,
the Sith Lord level approvals are on hold.
Yeah,
so
that's good. I have no that I think I've only known 2 people in the TKs that have got Centurion, and the one guy was so worried about dirtying up his armor, it was almost distracting when he was trooping.
Yeah, obviously you know me, at least I'd hope so by now.
Yeah.
I don't really care like the level of quality, as I'm happy to be there and happy to be in costume.
Yep. Well, and like Marty and I were saying too, the best is when there's so many of us in costume.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Here I'm looking at the boots. The sole of the front cannot exceed 1 inch thickness, and the heel cannot exceed 2 inches. That's why you put lips on the inside.
Is that basic?
That's just
approval?
basic. That's basic approval.
Wow. So when you go to take your pictures, make sure you have your ruler and have someone hold it up.
I see it. The thing with the approval on that, I think with like it just depends on who looks at it. Like with like when they said to you about the wrinkling thing, I don't know. That's like one of those things where it just depends on who's looking at it on the day of the week. Because I've been at armor parties where they do live approvals. Like if you go to an armor party, sometimes they'll do instant approvals right there.
Yeah.
Well, that's not as good as a picture because you can only look at it right there. Where some of these guys will pour over a picture and be like, "Oh, your hand plates are," and so it just depends on who's looking at your stuff that day. I think.
Yeah,
our GML is pretty good.
Yeah, I think ours are pretty good too. At least they were very helpful in the approval process.
Well, as long as they're helpful, I don't mind. I don't mind if gets kicked back a bunch of times, as long as they're helpful when they kick it back.
Yeah.
That's my big gripe is if they're just like, well, yeah, this sucks and good luck to you. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. As long as it's not sorry, it's not good enough.
Yeah.
Try again later.
Yeah. I don't, I don't think our GML. I don't know who our GML is now, but I know the one that was just recently. He's not that way. He's pretty. And it like sometimes I think I go back and forth. Like I think it's Rebel Legion has a bunch of people look at it, and then GML just has. I mean, I think 500 First basically comes down to one person. So it all depends on. Sometimes I think, oh, it's better when more people look at it, and sometimes I think it's better if you just have one person just like, hey, that looks good. Because Ken is one of those people that have had issues with being approved, and it can be off-putting if it's not done correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a million times yes. And one of the things that I would encourage folks to think about when they go for approval, just be patient with it.
Yeah. Well, that's what we were saying when you were gone. I don't mind if stuff gets kicked back. Like my Vader could get kicked back. I'm going to try to go through the CRL, and Marty will take pictures for me, and he's good at doing that. But if they kick it back and help you, if they say, "Look, this is not right. Here's what you can do," but if it becomes, "Oh, your thing isn't right," good luck. That's the stuff that gets people worked up.
Well, and it depends on what you're looking to get or looking to do, rather. So if you just want to wear a Vader around, wear a Vader around. If your goal is to be involved in one of these groups so you can do those extra things, whether it's get invited to a hospital or potentially a Lucasfilm event, then be willing to be patient. If you don't get let's say they do kick it back and they say fix X, but they don't tell you what that means, they don't give you suggestions, be willing to go back and ask for guidance. Go back and, you know what you're talking about. I'm new to this, so please help me understand what you're talking about. One of the phrases that gets thrown around in the Mercs is weathering. The weathering of the soft parts must be consistent with the armor. I know what all those words mean individually, but when you lump them together in a sentence like that, I don't understand it. So walk me through it a little bit more clearly so I can meet the things that you say are required for approval.
And sometimes weathering is like velvet paintings. You can tell who did it and what year they did it. Like when you come across clone armor, you're like, okay, they did that right when the Clone Wars came out because everyone just thought, well, if it's white, it would weather gray, and they just painted the whole thing gray, Or I've seen sand troopers that have so much dirt on them that you can't, it looks like they fell in the mud. Or they'll do it with acrylic paint, which is fine. You can do it with it, but they don't, less is more when it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Or they take a sponge and they dab it a couple places. Yep, it's dirty.
Yeah.
And Ken, we were saying, because like obviously like I've got some fairly recent experience with the approval process. Kind of going back to what you said, what you were saying, of like my GML who was approving my costume was very helpful. I had because he would I
made his costume, didn't he?
Yeah, he made the surcoat. But he threw out a blanket statement of like, there's wrinkles and it's dragging a little bit. And then when I would go back and ask him like, okay, what would you suggest to fix this? And, then he came back with, I would try steaming it and and hanging it and letting some of those wrinkles kind of fall out on their own. And then, if you have to add more lifts, inner lifts or, stand as straight as you possibly can on flat ground. He was very helpful in that. And, kind of like you said, if you just throw out a blanket statement and say, all right, here, jump in the deep end and go, then that can be a little frustrating and a little daunting. But I think we all kind of have good experience when it comes to the approval process in a general sense.
Well, I'm one of the few 501st people that have been in for over a decade with one costume too. Like,
Hey, that's an achievement in and of itself.
yeah. No, because we just had a survey with a 501st, and it said how many costumes, and it was like one, and then in the other brackets were like, and I'm like, I only have one. They probably think I'm not even a real person because I've been at troops with someone on their first troop, and all the other troopers are asking them what they're going to do and what's their next costume. Like what? You know?
Are you talking about the survey that we just got this week?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. You got it too. Yeah.
I totally forgot to fill it out because I can't. I check my email the most while I'm at work.
Oh, okay.
And everything 501st related
Yeah.
except for the calendar forum and the Sith Lord detachment are all blocked on our network. So
Well, you just got to hotspot your phone and jump over to your phone.
all of our computers are Ethernet. We don't have they're not Wi-Fi, but I've got a VPN on my phone. So if it's something I have to do or like I'm trying to get done like right then and there, I'll just do it on my phone.
See, that's what your next interview with your friend who's rewatched Star Wars. You need to interview someone, their thoughts of you joining the 501st. I've been in it so long that most of the people I know enough about it just because they hear it spewing out of me. But I'd love to hear someone who just barely knows anyone in it and what they think.
Mm-hmm.
Of any of the, when I say,
or even costume clubs in general.
Yeah,
any of the groups.
Because surprisingly enough, there are people out there that don't know that there are formal and official Star Wars costuming clubs. Well, and they may not realize that they're not all connected, that they're all not just one, but it's multiples with different rules and so on.
Well, when I first started trooping, Missy always squired with, it was like our family thing for the longest time. And I remember when we did one of the Franklin Institute things. And so Missy, as a squire, would always just stand back, and take pictures. And she would report back like what people were saying. And she said more people were saying they thought Lucasfilm paid all of us to come, do this, and and it just was funny, like the things people think, and like we all came from California to come to the Franklin Institute in Philadelphia.
Yeah. Or we got the costumes from California, and we're paid actors just putting them on here.
Yeah.
One thing I'd also encourage folks related to the costuming clubs is, as silly as this may sound, before you go the lengths of building a costume and attempting to get approval, connect with the local groups.
Yep.
Because the local groups have members who have gone through the approval process and know enough about what's required to be able to decipher some of this language that you may get back. In fact, in New Jersey, there's almost a couple layers, and I think John had mentioned this related to Ohio. So before you submit your formal and official approval pictures, they want you to go through the local club to get the guidance and suggestions from that group before submitting for final approval. And I'd also be cautious because I had attempted to get approval into one of the other costume clubs. I'm not going to say names. I asked for guidance in terms of where I could get a costume sewn because I don't have that skill set, and I wanted to commission somebody to sew parts of it for me. They gave me the name of someone in the group. I interacted with them, sent them the material, sent them money, and what they sent me back was not approvable.
Yeah.
What they sent me back was garbage. And I don't mean that to insult the person. They probably put a lot of time, effort, and energy in it. However, there was no salvaging what they made to make it approvable. And they got paid to make it.
Well, I recommend, just from what I learned with Sabine, her first Sabine costume, I got sewed by someone not in the costuming world, and you would be surprised at how good the quality was, and how the price was ridiculously cheaper.
Oh, really?
Like that shirt right there that the woman made for me. She took 2 shirts, put them together, and made a shirt. $15.
She Amish?
Yeah. like she's not Amish, but she's like she sews for some Amish, but she sews she does dance rehearsal dresses like for
Gotcha. Okay.
dance studios. So
Okay.
she's making she did the pants. I took her a set of pants and some brown fabric, and I said they need to look like this. So she sewed the brown over a pair of pants. That was like $10.
Wow.
Now that was 8 years ago, but still, even if you double those prices. And then there's a girl in West Virginia.
Well, actually, before you go too far,
Oh,
think
yeah.
about this. So, have you seen the movie Nope?
Wait, is that the horror movie?
Yeah.
I didn't.
Jordan
Missy
Peele's
and
movie.
Zoe went to see it.
So there's a T-shirt in that movie that they paid $1,000 for on eBay because it's a vintage T-shirt.
Mhm.
$1,000 for this T-shirt, and you're telling me that the seamstress for $40? So
No,
two pieces,
$25.
$25. So two pieces of the
Yep.
costume that Zoe has. That's
Yep.
amazing.
Well, Wendy Darling out of West Virginia made her other Sabine suits. She made me 2 shirts, 2 pants, and 2 arm things. All the stuff you see Zoe wear now. I think she only charged me like $125.
Wow.
And that was straight up made from scratch. So she's in the Mando Mercs too. It's hard to get a hold of her now because she has a lot of work. But Wendy Darling, I can't. She did. I don't know if you ever saw Safi's Ketsu costume.
Just in pictures.
She did Safi's Ketsu costume sight unseen. I sent her pictures. She told me what measurements to get, and she didn't charge me much for that one either. You know, it was like $100 or something like that for that one. I can't recommend her enough. Like that's but the costuming, like I think all the costuming groups, you'll find the right people. And what I always tell people, get involved with the costuming groups because there's always people selling stuff. Like you can pick up a TK or a Kylo or this or that. Just if it doesn't, there should never be shame in if you just buy something or if you build something. They're all the same because it's either your time or your money.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still, I will say this though, as someone who's built costumes before, I still feel a little guilty for buying Kylo for my first costume, my first approvable costume.
Yeah, but think of all the costumes Marty's made, and he bought that costume.
True. All
So
right.
I'm just saying it's a skill set, and certain things you like doing and you don't like doing. Like to me, sewing makes my head want to explode. I mean, like Marty and I were talking about custom Mandos today. I like it because I'm making today. I just made a set of 3PO shoes, and I'm working on a pair of shorts for Justin Sonfeld, the CO of the 501st. For his 3PO. But I like when me and Marty are working on stuff because we start talking costumes and we were talking about custom Mandos. And I said, look, I have the files for, I forget the guy's name that was with Bo-Katan.
Axe Woves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have the files from, I bought those, I think, from
Galaxy.
Enemy Props. Okay. No, not Enemy Props. I always say that. Whatever the one that's, I have the rights to use it. I forget what it is now. I don't know. Three Demons. So I said, I'm going to do a custom Mando. And so he wants to do one too. I'm like, why not? I'll print a chess piece and we'll clean it up perfect and I'll mold it. And then,
if you do, let me know. I will 100% buy one from you.
Well, because then I
don't want to print that.
No, so I'm going to, I have those. I haven't decided if I want to do his chess piece or Mando season 1's the first chess piece. Because it's basically this pretty close to the same.
Yeah. I think the only difference is the Ironheart, maybe.
But whatever one I do, I'm just going to clean it up like glass, like and then I'll just throw it in some Rebound and then sell them cheap for who wants them and pay for my mold because it'll cost me $200 to mold it probably. But then then if I get an undersuit and make a custom Mando, make all this armor, mold it all, and then I decide, well, look, this guy, I'd like them to be green. I can just set that armor aside and make green armor and just.
Right.
You know.
And with those, you don't have to do a solid cast. I think you can just slush cast that, right?
Yeah. No, I'll do a like the helmet. I'll just do a flat mold. I'll do a flat mold with a mother mold and all that. I could probably do a dragon skin. The problem is, yeah, you'll slush cast it and stuff like that. But I've learned enough about mold making that I can make a mold that I can get indefinite. You know, when I first started making molds, when we got like the fourth mold out, it was like starting to tear and shit. I was like, so I've learned enough to make the molds hardy enough to withstand some slushing. Yeah, I'll just slush cast it. And what's nice is if I slush cast it in, so when we make the helmets, we do soft, hard. We put the hard on the inside. When I make an armor, I'll put the hard on the outside, the black and the white on the inside, and that black is polishable. So you can actually take like just a real fine sandpaper and you can sand it to make it like almost feel like glass. So that's the plan. We'll see. I'm on a making high right now, so we'll see if that lasts.
It's probably all because of the Light and Magic docuseries.
Well, it is that, and you know, because when COVID first hit, so I was teaching from home. Marty would show up, and he would get here. Like I didn't have to teach till 8, so he'd get here like 7. We get started. I'd go teach lunch. He'd be working on stuff, and then I'd do my afternoon, and we were just making stuff. Like if you go back through, you'll see pictures of whole rows of droid helmets and droid this, and we were just making crap all day long, and I miss that. It was relaxing, and like tomorrow,
like Phil Tippett.
When he said that, I understood it. I mean, I love my job. I love what I do for a living. I mean, I might complain about teaching once in a while, but I like what I do for a living. But there is something to be teaching. You don't get the results. You don't get to see the shiny thing until like 20 years later when a kid comes back and says, hey, you really touched my life.
Well, and with that said, that's maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Because
maybe.
you may never.
I've had 2 students. I've had 2 students and a parent in my 20 years of teaching.
All right. And how many costumes have you made that when you look at it, like, that was pretty nice?
Dude, when I don't even have to make a costume. When I make when I finished this helmet for Zoe's friend, I didn't even have to finish it for her. I had such a blast making this thing.
It's such a nice helmet too.
Yeah, I'm happy with this one. It's and it's, I'll tell you what, the Cricket, like that's not the sticker.
Mm-hmm.
I just used it as a stencil. When I first made this helmet, as I made a helmet, then I painted the whole front of the helmet yellow. And then I stuck the Cricket things where that is. Then I sprayed the whole thing blue. Then I stuck the Cricket stickers everywhere I wanted the blue. Then I spray painted then I left that on. I painted the whole back gray. Then I put stickers over where the gray was. Then I painted the whole thing white.
That's smart.
And then and then I just peeled layers off. And then I'm not happy with the weathering, but it'll do for I just got to put the stock on it.
I think the weathering looks fantastic. It's close to what's in the show.
Yeah, it just looks brushed on. Like up close, I'm not. I rushed it, and I'm not.
Well, in the show, that's how it looks. It's got that maquette look to it. So I brushed on is the right look.
It still bothers me. But it's not mine, so I don't care.
We're our own worst critics. So
it's going to look great from wherever it's displayed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Plus, I'm sure the person that it's being sent to doesn't have anything of that expert level quality.
No, but this is my favorite weathering. When you actually have to sand it off.
Mm-hmm.
Like that came. And this is the same way. It took me longer to figure out what order to tape stuff, than it did to actually paint it. Because you're like, okay, I got to do orange and then yellow, And I made the mistake of that one. I glued the visor together before I painted it.
Oh no!
Because I was doing both of them white, and I glued them all together, and I was like, oh crap. So
Well, Ark approves of your helmets.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Yeah. So what's so that was a waltz kit, right?
That's a waltz kit. Yeah. Now I think my other one is a Studio Creation or a Studio Creation B pull. I'm not sure. Like when I was selling a bunch of stuff at the beginning of COVID, and I'd see someone, they'd be like, because I think I only paid like $50 for that waltz kit, and I might have paid like $60 for the other because I had extra cash. I was like, oh yeah, just give me that. Give me. I was like going to build all this, and then it fizzled on me. Um, but the again, I would not. I like Walt's kit. His stuff is awesome and stuff, but I don't know if I would do a Walt's kit for a biker scout because you're going to have to paint it, which then means you're going to have to paint your armor.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're going to do a biker scout and the TK, you might as well just keep ABS plastic.
Yeah.
It's going to be easier in the long run because Marty has that painted Stormtrooper, which is beautiful, but just from Safi wearing it one day, there's little hairline cracks in the belt.
Right.
From the paint, and it was automotive paint, and it was done high end paint and stuff like that. So,
what do you think a meeting between biker scouts and the Nikto speeder bikes from the Book of Boba Fett would be like if those two groups met up?
I think it would kind of end like how Boba Fett ended the biker gang. I picture, as much as we've only seen them as somewhat buffoonery, if you watch The Mandalorian, when they go over that cliff after that tank, they're like you know what I mean? Like they're like the top guns of, and that's the untrained after the Empire fell kind of thing. I think the biker scouts themselves are relatively highly trained. Personally,
I love the biker scouts. It's such a cool costume, such a cool.
That's
trooper.
that's my iconic thing from Return of the Jedi.
Yeah,
because I have a picture in my head of them at Anchorhead, and so the biker scouts are all in the bar, they're playing their music.
Yeah,
the Nikto riders come in. They hear the record scratch. They walk in, and then they end up having a dance off.
Well, that would be funny. And all the biker scouts lose their pistols because they have them on those stupid leg holsters.
Yes.
Speaking of an idea for a fan film, we were talking about doing one at Steel City, and this just kind of came to me. Mike, if you get your Vader approved by Steel City in December,
I'll wear it no matter if it's approved or not. I'm just telling you that right now.
Even better, we should do one where Kylo is just following Vader around. Oh, yeah. And just like always trying to mimic whatever he's doing. I feel like that would be perfect.
That would be funny because if you have Vader saying stuff and then you have Kylo like just like if Vader's talking to a fan, like you know how they'll say something like and you say, don't underestimate the Force, and then you have Kylo talking to like someone who's barely interested into him saying the same exact thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that would be perfect, especially if we can get like Marty to be a TK or a TD.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
well, we can drag some TKs up. We can.
Well, I mean, if Mike's gonna be in Vader and you're gonna be in Kylo, I could jump in Mike's TK.
Yeah, there you go.
True.
I've never worn a TK suit.
It's fun.
It's a love-hate relationship. I hated my TK for the first year and a half because when I didn't know any better because we didn't have any. We had Yahoo bulletin boards, so I bought my TK and it came with tons of Velcro. So I glued all the Velcro to it and I put that suit on and it looked good until you moved and you heard and then something would fall off, and so until you get it to tweak to how you want to wear it, man, it's a love-hate.
One of the things that's become popular, I don't know if it's since Celebration or if it started somewhere else, where folks will wear just a helmet and like a Hawaiian shirt and board shorts or whatever, and they'll traipse around the convention that way.
Well, they'll do after troops. Like a lot of times you'll see them do like after troop bowling, and everyone will take their helmet and stuff.
Well, I sent you guys the picture of me in my Kylo Ren pajamas with
Yeah.
the helmet and the cowl on, with my Chewbacca slippers.
You should. That's what you know the pictures that some Disney artists did where they copied Calvin and Hobbes, but they made it Kylo.
Mm-hmm.
You should do some of those with your actual parents.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
that would
But
be
be in your
funny.
pajamas. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Eating pancakes.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that would be funny.
Or washing the dishes, like them standing over you, like they're directing you what to do.
I picture your dad saying, "Who the hell are these wackos?"
Who are you hanging out with? What are these people? Are you doing drugs?
Yeah, I found some death sticks with these folks out in Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
Here, I'm going to show you my.
That is a great picture.
Yeah, it was funny because we couldn't. This was like 000 wasn't as well known at Celebration Chicago. Like he was just getting his name.
Well, the
like
random
this
person
guy.
behind you approves.
I like the almost Luke Skywalker approving. But yeah, that's I got a picture. I think I got a picture of one of these Kylos stabbing me when I was wearing my Han jacket. There's Toga.
Yeah, you see what I mean though? In like the pictures that she's not wearing the full.
Yeah. Now
It
this woman here, right here, they all have like these skull. You can't see in the picture. They're like skull shaped, but she's the one that made the helmet bag for Safi's head, for her 000 head.
Yeah, the first thing I thought when I saw the Shadow Scouts was that is a crazy cool helmet.
Yeah, there's a
got
guy
like
who
it's just the furrow in the brow is just
there's like teeth. There's a guy that made Stormtrooper helmets the same way. Now I see a lot of people doing them, but there was a guy that did an original Stormtrooper helmet that had teeth, and then he did the Biker Scout. And that woman is one of the people. It's a sub section called Hydra or something in the Special Ops division of the 501st, and because they're in I don't know why I didn't do it in Anaheim, but in Chicago I was fixated on all the racing shirts from the different garrisons. So I was going around getting all these pictures, and the one guy sent Safi a Special Ops shirt. Hang on.
I'm always in the wrong place for the wrong time for those sort of things.
right. Yeah,
Even just oh yeah, this person here we talked to and they made this bag or that shirt or damn.
right. It's like I never talked to any of these people.
Like
the only people I talk to it at all in these conventions try to get me into a pyramid scheme.
Or to buy a timeshare.
Yeah.
Sorry, it was on a mannequin. The mannequin was Porky Pig in it. It was just wearing a shirt. So now it's a naked mannequin.
Oh, it's Woody the Pooh in it. Straight shirt cocking.
Well, we called it Porky Pig in it. So, but yeah, this is the Special Ops.
Oh, it's such a cool racing shirt.
I think this is a soccer jersey. I think.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
That is cool.
Yeah, but it has the it has the dragon within it. Like this is a big dragon, and I don't know. It's like humongous, but it'll fit over her 000. You know, so I have some of the old racing shirts, but I made a mistake of getting my name on all of them. So I can't, unless I know someone whose name is Mike TK5357, I can't give it to him.
No, you can give it to him. Just wear a name patch over the top.
That's true.
Yeah.
Marty always
Blue
gets
painter's tape.
every celebration. Marty always gets. He takes some stuff to trade to the Belgians, I believe. He always tries to get a Belgian shirt. The Irish garrison is the hardest to get stuff from.
Is it?
They're very protective of their stuff.
Huh.
Because when
Have you ever offered them potatoes?
my father-in-law, his family Ireland. They're not Missy's maiden name was Hurley, so I was always trying to get him a shirt because my father-in-law didn't understand any of this stuff, but he always supported my kids. So I was always trying to give him an Irish shirt, and they just never did runs. And then when they did runs, they were like they just did small runs and stuff. So
Yeah. Speaking of which, luckily I joined it. What I believe is the exact right time, because like I swear it was like 3 or 4 days after I got my approval and I finally started getting to all the forums. They're doing a run of racing shirts.
nice. Well, you know, with your background, you should see about getting on the merch team.
True. Very true. Didn't even think about that. But my
or to
problem
be
is
involved
I'm
in
bad-
your local one with some.
That's
of
what I'm saying. Like, you be on,
brainstorm-
yeah.
be on the local one, and you know, the merch team. I don't know. I have now. I've been in since 07. I am still never done a hospital visit
Really?
because our garrison just is terrible about doing hospital visits. They just I don't know. We just don't get that many.
Is your first event this weekend, John?
No. It's next month.
Okay.
Yeah. I was gonna try and make it there's an event on Friday in Columbus. But it's they only requested 50 people, and
Oh,
we're at
so-
exactly 50 people.
Mm.
Holy
You know-
crap, that's incredible.
I know.
50 people.
I guarantee 3 will cancel. That's just, you know.
The funny thing is 6 of them have already canceled.
Yeah.
But we
But
have
there's a waiting list. Yeah.
Yeah. It's Kosai After Dark, if you guys know what that is.
I don't. I have no clue. Sounds made up.
Kosai is it's a science
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah.
thing. I don't know if there's anything equivalent around where you guys are.
Yeah, we have like this Franklin Institute. We have Whitaker Center, Lancaster. We have a bunch.
Liberty Science Museum in New York.
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
New Jersey, sorry.
But actually, let me see if I can pull up because I've got I keep all the forums open just so I can get to them easier. Oh, where's the calendar? It would be Central Ohio.
Well, you could always just wander around outside with a picket sign.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
they can't wait. Hold on. It was on the Facebook page. Wait a minute.
I just want to see my grandpa.
Grandpa.
Where did it go? Air and Space Museum.
Let me finish what he started.
It's Marilyn Geek Fest. It was I literally just looked at it this morning. Where did it go?
The first time the girls in their Jawa costumes.
That's incredible.
I think that was Halloween 07. See their Clone Wars pails. The rest is Star Wars history.
Is your armor weathered to match your Under Armour?
What do you mean? No, that's just plain old Stormtrooper armor.
Yeah, but is the weathering match?
Is it
Yeah.
consistent?
It's all brand new.
Okay, fair enough.
And I have that FX bucket, which is giant. It's like a bobblehead. I was much thinner then, though, so it looks. My issue with my armor is my shoulders are too wide. That's my only problem, and now my stomach's matching it a little bit. But when I first got it, the shoulders always were bugging.
Yeah, I'm
out.
starting to get to the point where I'm the same dimension side to side as I am front to back.
All right, I've got this up now. Kosai After Dark is a 21 plus event held at Kosai featuring fun themes, activities, specialty food, and cocktails. Arch City Squad is bringing a Kowakian monkey lizard.
Nice.
Han Solo and Carbonite, the Ohio Garrison wanted poster, and a light up to Jarek table.
Oh, nice.
And they're letting us drink because it's a
Oh, that
21 plus event.
That seems dangerous.
Yeah, well, the
What happens if
ground,
Kosai stays at Kosai?
right. The ground rule is troopers bold, italicized, and underlined, cannot have alcohol in their hands / take photos with someone with alcohol in their hands. If someone asks
Yeah,
you to take a photo with them, ask them if they can put it behind their back.
yeah, that's a Disney. That's a Lucasfilm request, if I remember correctly. Look, here's my submission photos.
Oh, that angle doesn't look right.
I know this. That's my. I got dinged for this right here.
What is that? I can't.
My Under Armour
Velcro?
logo.
Oh,
Under
okay.
Armour logo.
Oh
me see.
boy.
Yeah, there's. We had to show with helmet on. That's it. Close up.
Yeah, see, those are the kind of pictures that Heather took the fourth or fifth time I submitted, and they kicked them back to me saying that they were taken at the wrong angle.
Well, see, this was in 07. So honestly, I submitted them, and I think I heard back either that night or the night after, and then I sent. She asked me to just send one picture with the Under Armour covered, so I just went like this, and took a picture, and then they're like, okay, you're in, you know, and then I think I color it with a Sharpie, and you know,
Oh, the good old days.
yeah, well, that like my armor wouldn't because the FX armor isn't correct. So the bucket definitely wouldn't pass, and parts of the armor wouldn't pass either anymore. So
I'm looking at the calendar that we've got right now. I wish we had more events on Sundays or Fridays for that matter.
well, again, that's one of those things you voice to your Legion, because it could be like well, we don't have any on Sunday because there's not that many people that can troop on Sunday, and we don't have many on Friday. Because years ago, me and Marty picked up a lot of the during the week stuff in the summer because we're not working during the week. Marty doesn't work he's a photographer, so they would call us, and because they'd be like, "Oh, look, we can't take Thursday night events because we can't get anyone." Well, now they're like, "Well, in the olden days they text me, hey, what are you doing June something on a Thursday?" I'm like, "Yeah, we can do it." So always keep the communication open. You'll be surprised, and get your dad to go with you once.
Yeah, I still think the plan is for him to go with me to the first Friday event. So
Nice.
We still only have 4 people signed up for it. So
well, I tell you what, when family gets involved, it makes it even more fun. It really does.
Yeah.
At any level, even if it's just a level of seeing you do it and taking some pictures, even if they never go to another event, I think it helps them understand what you're doing.
Yes, and the response you get for what you're doing.
Yes,
I bet their view of things will change when they see the first kid come up and ask for a picture, or to see the family turn to them and say, "Can you take a picture of us?"
Yep.
Because they happen to be standing around at the time that you're there.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, I don't think the concept is what I need for them to get behind. I think it's the execution is what I really need to convey to them. That's kind of why I've been basically begging my dad to come with me to an event, because I think he understands. He just doesn't get it, if that makes sense.
Well, right, but it's again, it's like being in the groups. It's until you're in it, it's different. It's not good or bad. It's not for everybody, but it is. Like, I'm glad I joined it. Even on the worst day, the groups are, and it's fun. Like, and when I appreciate it, because I've had something for my kids to do since they were 3 and 5, they're now 20 and 18. There's not too many things that you can do with your kids constantly for that many years and still enjoy it.
Well, and enjoy it at the same time. So it would be different. Let's say that they played soccer.
Right.
They would play soccer. You would watch them.
Right.
This is something that all 3 of you can do at the same time and experience together that way. It's not like you're on the field playing soccer with them.
Right.
But in this case, you're in costume together. You're going to these events. You're involved in these conversations. You're taking these pictures.
Right.
Even to the point, I'm going to guess that they've been involved with you in terms of some of the building of the costumes.
Oh yeah.
So that also got them involved in the creativity, got them involved in the construction and the understanding how to wear it and how to behave in it and so on. So it's there's a lot more to it than I think folks really give credit or understanding to.
Well, and if you hear Zoe's version of me reading her the riot act before trooping, it wasn't as bad as she makes it sound.
Oh no, it's probably worse, really.
No, man. When they were little, no kids trooped really, and there was all these. They were like, I try to make them explain to them that look, you are a Jawa and you can't take your mask off and you have to stay in character. And my kids always did. Like you never saw my kids didn't misbehave. And my kids, the only understanding we had for them was, if you decide you want to do it, once you say you're going to do, you can't change your mind. Like if I say to them in November, and I'd remind them up, I wouldn't like spring it on them, but if that morning we're getting ready to go, you can't just say, I don't feel like doing it. Like it's a commitment. It's a, and my kids always did that. And we had, Missy used to wind up having to babysit people's kids because they're like, oh, well, she has 2 Jawas. We'll stick. Oh, and some of those kids didn't know how to act. And Missy's like, I can't watch these kids. They're like we were at one event where the other people's kids were hitting people. Because I don't know if they never watched Star Wars, but I never saw Jawas running around hitting people. So
no, they just shot R2D2.
Yeah,
which is different.
And then most of the bad part with my girls being in it, there were so many parents that saw my kids doing it, and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna have my kids do it." And these people would buy these elaborate Jawa costumes, and the kids would do it like one time, and they didn't like it,
or even part of a time, like an hour or two.
Or my favorite people were the people that would come to me and they would spend, I don't know how much time asking me and picking my brain about the Jawa costume, and I would say, "Well, look, you got to do this, 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 and this," and I'd always say, "But don't do the Jawa costume in burlap." And what do I see the next time? They got a Jawa costume made out of burlap because it was like 1/10 the price of monk's cloth, and the kid wouldn't wear it. You might as well just here's we're gonna let you have eczema for the next
roll you in sandpaper.
Yeah, so that used to I was like, because I used to tell people, just if your kid's not into it, then because that's the downside I've seen to the groups where. If with me trooping, if the girls didn't do it, I would still have done it. I just wouldn't have done it as much because I would have never wanted it to take me away from my kids.
Yeah.
Sorry, I caught a whiff of bacon.
Oh, okay.
So I
had vegan club sandwiches, so we had vegan bacon. Zoe makes an excellent carrot bacon. It's like sliced carrots made with smoked paprika and stuff like that. So it has that bacon taste, but it's a carrot.
I'm going to use Ken's logical thought track here. So if it's a carrot, it's not bacon.
It's called a carrot. It's fancy.
It's a bacon flavored carrot.
Listen, we have to think of things for you normals, so you normals know what we're eating. You'd be like, "What the hell are you eating a carrot sandwich for?"
No, it's a CLT. Come on, man. Sign me up, CLT.
What are you trying to get at, Mike? You think you're better than us?
Called you the normals.
The regs. We're the regs.
We found a crepe place that does vegan crepes.
Ooh,
which is really good. Well, I used to troop with a guy who thought he was the vegan police because he knew I was vegan. He wasn't vegan. But anytime we go after troop, right, I always just try to be low key. Like people want to go to Denny's, I'll just eat fries. You know what I mean? Like I don't want to be like, well, we have to go to the place down 6 blocks away so I can have my vegan tofu. And no, without doubt, every time we sit down, he'd have to announce to everybody, Mike's a vegan, and he'd start talking. I'm like, just let me be. I don't want to be that guy, I know vegans annoy the shit out of me. I don't want to be the guy who annoys the shit out of, Well,
the other part to it, when it comes to that, okay, so you're a vegan. You look at the menu, you make a choice, and let's pretend I'm not a vegan, and I decided to look at the menu and get a bean burger or
Right.
a CLT. Okay, so I'm getting a CLT.
Right.
You know,
Well, and like that's why we try when we have people over, we try to make vegan food that normal people will like. Like I'm not going to feed you tofu when you come to my house because
I
it
love
took me.
tofu.
I know, but I mean, most people it took me maybe 6 months of being vegan to appreciate tofu. So
Yeah.
I don't want to, you know, I don't want to put that upon anyone.
I didn't realize they made edible packing peanuts.
It's all see
Well, what about not dogs? Do you eat not dogs?
vegan hot dogs. Oh,
Yeah, not
Yeah,
dogs.
well, but see, we're at the point where we used to be really good at it. We got lazy. I'm at the point now where we're trying to eat nothing that has more than like 3 or 4 ingredients that you can read. Because you find yourself falling into why I used to make a black bean burger with it was black beans, oatmeal, garlic powder, and onion powder, which I know doesn't sound good to you guys, but to me it was really good. And I got lazy and I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna buy a Gardein burger. And it's just like a big long list of who knows what. So I'm trying to get
Including
back.
sawdust as filler.
Yeah, well, it's a tree. Well,
Hey,
Oh yeah, it's a good
someone
point.
did a study of how much sawdust you can put in a Rice Krispie before you can realize there's sawdust in a Rice Krispie. I swear to God, that's a real thing. Look it up. It's actually a pretty funny video.
But like we did. What did we do? Sloppy Joes for you guys at the armor party,
And not cheese,
and yeah, that was cheese made out of potatoes.
potatoes.
It's potato soup.
Yeah, well,
That's essentially what it was.
Creamy potato soup. Yes,
oh
it
man,
was delicious.
and
Yeah.
then I well, John, when we went to with Marty and them, they had vegan food there too at Decades.
I feel like most of their menu was
No,
vegan.
I think they only had 2 vegan items, like entrees, but then they had fries and salad. But no, because that's like a steakhouse. Like that's like a
Huh. I guess I didn't look that close at the menu. I was more so taken aback by all the arcade games.
yeah. That's where I took.
He was distracted by shiny, bright.
I
And
took
shiny.
I took Anthony there too.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, it's a good place.
Hmm.
So
I
the
wish
next
they'd
time that
have
we get
Star Wars.
together, I would love to have CLTs with you guys.
Yeah, well, I gotta dig out that recipe because that's a good bacon. Because the
Bacon,
whatever bacon light. I don't know.
bacon,
where's
lettuce,
the-
and cheese. Bacon, lettuce, and tomatoes.
Can you tell it's late?
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm laughing at Ken's
I'm
jokes.
a little punchy.
Shit.
Well, I think Chewy went vegan when he saw that poor porg.
I don't know. I wonder if he actually went through with it and munched on it after the little sad lip.
Yeah,
from the
he probably
pork.
was like, I already cooked it. Why put it to waste?
He probably cooked the other one too.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, because what was it was the food that got him trapped in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
deer with the fake teeth in the butt.
Yeah, yeah. Those prop guys were phoning that in that day.
Well, they were probably thinking, what can we get past them? Like, what can we
Yeah.
do to this deer skin to make it look like something else without having to do a lot of work? I know, vampire teeth in the butt.
Yeah.
Got to make it work somehow.
Because it was only on screen for a matter of moments.
Yeah. Well, again, that's where especially the first 3 movies, I don't think anyone. I don't. When I was watching on the. Thank you, Anthony. When I was watching that documentary and them editing film, because I used to edit 8mm film like that, where you would stretch it across the thing, and it had a little razor knife, and that's what you cut the film, and then you had this clear tape that you taped, but you couldn't tape it too thick or it wouldn't go through the projector and all that. And I don't think of that and that was the high tech. Like they were in the industry doing that. I don't think it was conceivable to anyone that the average person would have a VCR or a DVD player in their house.
No, it wasn't built. It was built at a time before all of that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, so you think of those special effects and stuff, like it's
Well,
just
I
so
think
mind blowing.
I think a show like that definitely helps viewers like us, especially viewers of today. And I don't mean to insult you, John. Younger viewers like yourself, um, where movies show up on such a frequency that there isn't a lot of thought behind how it's made necessarily, especially now that you can carry around a device in your pocket to record, edit, and produce movies.
Right.
And
Yeah,
when
you
we
could.
listen
Yeah,
to them talk about how they had to come up with so many layers and what do they call it? Video compositing,
yeah, yeah.
where this picture was, these three elements. And then we filmed that same amount of time with these five elements. And then there was just the background. And then we had to sandwich them all together to get recorded. Um,
Yeah.
so all of those and then the advancements that came from that to the point where they created the huge ginormous video compositor, and then got to digital, and you got people involved like John Knoll, who helped with his brother help invent Photoshop, and
Yeah, yeah.
the things that we have available to us now today that came from the things they had to create because they wanted to make the impossible possible.
Well, and I ran a film club as a program where I used to at the school I used to teach for any kids that were caught up on their work. We had like a study hall or like a to help kids do the work, and the kids that were all caught up could sign up to do other things. So I had a film club, and what I noticed with them, because we use digital cameras, no one saved footage. Like, you filmed it, oh, it was an error. Okay, let me just film right over top of it. And I used to tell the kids, my students, I would say, if you think of your family and you're looking at photos for them, it'd be like their grandparents. I'd say, look at them. The photos that people tend to love the most, it's not the staged photo of the family standing there. It's the staged when the little kid's like falling off the seat, or he's spilling his ice cream,
Or making a funny face.
yeah, because like we have these devices that take all this stuff, and which is awesome, but then we don't value, like, oh, that's not right. Let me delete that, delete that, delete that. And some of those photos that are just being deleted are the ones 15, 20 years from now we're going to wish, oh, where was that picture of when we were taking his picture and he tripped over and spilled his coffee? You know what I mean? Like,
Well, I can remember too as a kid having a camera and having to be very frugal about the pictures I did take, because there was only so many pictures on a roll. And then I had, like you said earlier, you had to send that photo, that film in to get developed. And so it cost money to do that. And did I want to spend money on these pictures that came back? Like, for instance, back then, I would not necessarily have taken a picture of my lunch
right,
and then
right.
paid to get it developed so that I could send it to my grandmother in upstate New York. Hey,
2 weeks
Grandma,
later.
look at the CLT I had at Mike's house.
Well, the other thing with that was I had, you remember the disc cameras, Kodak?
Oh yeah, the
disc?
110.
No, not
Oh
the
yes,
film was,
the disc. Yes.
and it took the negative was a round disc.
Yep,
and you
I
got
do
like
remember
15. That. You got like 15 shots.
Yep.
And then
the 110s were the little rectangles.
Yeah. Well, I bought my first 30. I bought a Canon Rebel 35 millimeter, and even then you had to pick. Okay, do I want to spend the extra money for 800 speed film, or I'll just buy the 200 speed film and just make sure everyone stands really still, or I have a bright burning out light, and all of that stuff. Now when the girls were born, I would carry around a 35 millimeter camera and a camcorder, to record their whole entire life. And now you don't have to carry any of that. Like, the first time we went to Disney, I think, was the first time we decided, let's just take our phones. Like, what are we taking all this stuff for? Because we had done other vacations. Like, let's just take our phones this time,
Well, I remember my first, so from 96 into 97, I was lucky enough to live in New South Wales. And I took a 35 millimeter camera with me, a couple different lenses. And I think I came home from that 11 months with 11 to 1200 pictures, not
Mm.
counting the film that I ultimately got developed when I got home. I
Hmm.
took thousands of pictures while I was, 1,000 at least pictures while I was out there. And then when I went back in 2000, I had a Sony Mavica. It was a digital camera that saved the pictures on the 3.5 inch
Oh,
floppy
I
disk.
had one of those. Oh man.
I still have one actually. Though I bought it because it cost me, I want to say, $700 or $800, not
Yeah.
counting the extra lens or the extra battery or all of the floppy disks that I used to save the pictures. Um, but yeah, it was I had to be. I was deliberately frugal, and even to the point of, okay, when I go home, I want to make sure that they don't get ruined going through X-rays. So I might as well develop
Yeah.
these rolls of film here, and then risk taking this many through the airport. And with I even bought like a foil bag or
Those
something
special
like that.
bags. Yeah, yeah. Now
So,
you know that camera of yours could probably be a really cool Star Wars prop. Now
oh, I didn't think of that.
you could probably throw some Greeblies on that sucker. You could have like a rangefinder. Throw some Greeblies on because if I
Oh,
remember, they were tall, right?
yep.
You could probably throw some Greeblies on it, and you could literally take pictures with it.
Well, the only problem is I have to try to find 3.5 inch floppy disks
Oh yeah, well,
because
I
I don't
probably
want
have
to
one or
record
two of
over the
those
ones I
floating
have.
around. I have one of
Fine.
those,
I think that you can find them on Amazon.
yeah.
They
But
still sell
that could be a cool greeblied up thing. You could put a like heavy strap on it. You probably wouldn't even have to greebly it up. They'd be like, "Wow, that's a real prop."
I would just have to cover over Sony, so it's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
earthy.
Yeah. Put a
Or
zipper on it just to tick off some people.
visible Velcro. Make
Ken,
it
you
not
said
approvable.
3.5 inch.
Yeah.
17 bucks.
For how many?
10.
Oh, okay.
So they're by verbatim, but
I think that's who I bought them from before.
Yeah.
That's
And you don't get many pictures on those either. Because I
No.
think if I remember correctly on that camera, you could pick the resolution. And
Yep.
and if you went anything even decent, you're like very
7.
because I think I had that camera for about 2 weeks and I wound up taking it back because I just couldn't put it. I had 2 young kids. I was like, I just can't put enough pictures on. It's just weird. Marty and I were talking today, and like Marty, he goes on like treks of like he climbed some mountain in Africa and he's going to Nepal or
Mount
something next year.
Kilimanjaro, didn't he? Was that?
Yeah. Mount Kilimanjaro. So I don't know. And I said, my most adventurous was when I applied to Survivor, probably about 14 times. But the first time I applied to Survivor, this is how old I am. You had to submit it on a VHS tape.
nice.
That's funny.
I applied in my armor one time.
Oh,
They made the video in my armor.
that's funny.
Missy would kill me if I ever got on that show.
Why?
She'd be like, "You're not leaving me for 40 days or whatever it is."
Well, maybe now would be easier because now she doesn't have to worry about the girls as kids.
Well, that's true. That's true.
It might be easy. She might actually encourage you to go on Survivor just so she doesn't have to put up with you for all that time.
That's true. That's true.
All that time there would be no trooping. There'd be no 3D printing.
Right. No, I'd have to figure out the best print that would last 40 days. Put like a 10K spool on.
Could you print an arc?
Yeah. Just print. I get one of those. They have those new conveyor ones where you can print a full sword. Have you seen those yet, John?
No.
Mhm.
It's
I
like
want
a
one.
conveyor, and it just prints and it just goes right off the conveyor.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it
they're
prints
neat.
horizontally more than just vertically.
Yeah, I think you can. I think it's probably maybe 2 or 3 inches that you can print vertically.
Yeah. I don't need any more printer. If I go to any more printers, it's going to be resin.
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm dumping money into it, I'm gonna get a large build plate resin printer.
Yeah. You have to go. You have to get in touch because he'll be in your garrison. Is there a Tim O'Sullivan in your garrison?
Mhm.
Become friends with him.
Yeah, I know. He keeps popping up in my Facebook recommended friends.
Dude, he's a good guy. When I made my 3PO shoes, someone gave me the file and I printed them and I made a mold of them, and then I realized, shit, these are Tim O'Sullivan. So I called him or messaged him and said, look, I just made a mold of your shoes. I said, can I use them? He's like, sure. And then I sent him a set of the soft shoes. He's such a nice person.
Seen the
And he
Irish
does.
Garrison?
No, he's in Ohio.
Ohio.
Okay. Yeah. He
Yeah,
does
I think he's
animated. He does an animated Grogu that's better than the one they had at San Diego Comic Con.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, he's a good guy. He's like the Ohio Garrison's Marty Miller.
Yeah, that's actually an accurate description. Like I said, he keeps popping in my recommended Facebook friends. I think I just need to add him.
He is going to have a killer one because with Andor coming out, his costumes. Let me see. This is the one I think he won at Celebration.
Won at Celebration?
He won a contest with this costume right here.
Bistan? Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and he does animatronics. Like his animatronics are ridiculous.
I see a 000 in there.
Yeah, I don't know who that is. Oh, that's Christian. That's Christian. But here's his C-3PO.
Faux Safi.
Right there. That's him in
Wow.
C-3PO. See if he has. But he did the real big furry guy from
Morlock.
Yeah, is
from
that what
Rogue
it
One.
is?
Hold on. If
Yeah,
you
from
go back to I think it's photos of you. It's one of the first pictures.
What's this one here?
Yeah, the third one in.
Oh yeah, there it is. That guy. That's his too.
I always thought he looked like a more advanced Wampa.
Yeah. That could be a relative of a Wampa. But yeah, he does a lot of cool stuff, and he's just such a nice person. But his animatronic.
I'd love to find someone who would take me on as an apprentice, who would,
Yeah.
I had. There's a gentleman from Pennsylvania who I worked with for a little bit when the pandemic first happened, and I was put on furlough at first and so on. So I didn't have to go to work, and so I'd go to Pennsylvania and hang out with this guy named Joe who was working on helmets. And
Joe McCullough.
Yes.
Yeah. Joe McCullough. He does. I know him from doing stuff, but he also does robotics too.
Yep.
With his kid. Yeah. Here's his. This is his one of. That's his. We don't need the music.
Oh,
But that's his baby Yoda right there.
Yeah, that's cool.
And the eyes are a little. I personally think the eyes on his are a little better than that one you saw at San Diego.
well, the eyes on that one are way too big.
Yeah, they were like.
I think if Tom Spina's shop was a little bit closer, I would see about doing something up there with him.
I know.
It's
I saw
a couple hours away.
I know. They couldn't put one in Philly.
Oh, hey, Mike. Walt's doing a sale right now.
Yeah. What is it?
I don't know. It just says shoot me a PM for sale price. ... now.
Nice. Well, you gotta get that other one done,
I was talking about you.
dude. I have two.
You got a trip first.
I have two TK. I have two unopened Anovos TK kits.
Hey, you might want a Snowy. Or,
yeah, Snowy. The Snowies I like, but that to me that costume looks best when there's snow on the ground, and
yeah.
They just like the Sand Trooper doesn't look bad if there's no sand. The Biker Scouts don't look bad if there's no trees. But the Snow Trooper, they always just look so lonely when there's no snow. And they're so ridiculously hot.
Yeah.
Because you have that plastic hanging over your face like that veil.
Yeah, I don't envy the Snow Troopers. His Republic Commandos are really good too.
Yeah, they're nice. I've seen those before.
What did you guys think of the Mimbin Mud Troopers showing up in the Andor trailer?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, see, I think we're going to get Solo and Rogue One costumes. Like, I think there's going to be a resurgence of like the tanker drivers, the shore troopers, all that kind of stuff. The earthy, earthy kind of
I
costumes.
couldn't get over the sheer number of costumed people we saw in that Andor trailer. Like when they
Yeah.
did that one short scene of all the troopers marching through town. Like
Yep.
for a television show, it looks pretty cinematically huge.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's because they didn't film it on the volume. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh yeah, that's what.
yeah, not to spoil anything. New episode of the Beskar Bucket this Friday.
Hmm.
But yeah, I really touched on all the different costumes that we see in the but the one thing that stuck out to me is there's a lot of variants of officer uniforms too.
Oh yeah.
And again, I'm a sucker for the white officer uniforms. I don't actually know what they're like.
ISB.
ISB.
Is it ISB?
Yeah.
Yeah, we get a couple different of the ISB officers in there that I think their costumes look really nice. Especially the one woman who's wearing the white overcoat over top of the uniform. It just chef's kiss.
And for those of you that are listening and they don't know what ISB is, that's the Imperial Security Bureau. So
Yes.
they were
like the Gestapo.
Yes, pretty much. They were a specialized group of members of the Imperial law enforcement and intelligence agency.
Yeah, I would say they're more like the Gestapo or the what was the Russian secret police?
The KGB.
KGB. Or the CIA. If you're going to
You
go.
want to know why I know that so well?
Those are your initials.
Those are my initials.
Oh yeah, there you go. That's unfortunate. If you, when you're just barely old enough to. I remember when we used to. Russia was going to kill us, and we had to hide under desks every once a month or something like that.
Duck and cover drills.
Yeah, duck and cover. Because apparently, elementary school desks are nuclear fallout proof. They should just build the whole building of what those desks were built out of.
Well, it was just the tops too, because you didn't have to worry about the other surrounding open area. Just the tops.
God, duck and cover drills. I also remember those, except for ours were more, Middle Eastern terrorist drills, not so much Russian.
We have, well, don't even get me started on the drills. I'm gonna have to go over when we get back. So I'm dreading that. At one point, we had someone say they were going to give us 5-gallon buckets that if we got trapped with an active shooter in our room, that could be used as the bathroom in our room with students. So, like, if I got trapped with an active shooter and couldn't get out of my room for hours on end, there was going to be a 5-gallon bucket that could be used for a bathroom. That was their solution. And I said, and as a middle school student, if your choices would be shot by someone or shit in a bucket with all your classmates standing around, that's a hard decision.
This is a Star Wars podcast, and my thoughts are not relevant to the theme of the show.
I'm sorry. Anthony's going to take back his compliment. Great show.
Yeah, and ask us. Yeah, so much for the promos. Never mind. I'm not gonna sell this.
Can you give us a negative? Can you give us an anti-promo?
So if you're afraid of veering off topics to vegan recipes and pooping in a bucket, this is the place for you. Cut.
Don't forget fixing cars and 3D printer troubleshooting that we started the show with.
Well, so if we're promoting good Star Wars podcasts, we have Beskar Bucket and John you're on episode 5 now.
Yeah.
And what episode are you on, Ken?
2 and 3.
No. Oh yeah. Is it out yet?
Yeah, 2 and 3, right? 2 and 3 are both out there for the world to hear.
On yours? Yours are out?
The Beskar Bucket episodes, yeah.
No.
No,
But
no.
Your
The Forces Behind
secret
Star Wars.
project one.
Oh, that.
no.
The rambling Star Wars fan. No, there's zero.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
There's
With
zero. of
Rambling
those.
Star Wars fan, when you finally make your logo, can it be an old '60s Rambler car?
I want it to be something like that.
what you need is okay, have you ever seen like the wood silhouettes of the like cowboys smoking a cigarette that people like put up against trees?
Yeah.
You need that, but something identifiable from like a character from Star Wars, whether that be like C-3PO or Chewbacca, where you can just tell who it is by the silhouette. Same pose, same everything.
Or you could recreate the Anakin with the Vader shadow from Phantom Menace, but you could just put your face on Anakin's body.
All right.
Because he has his backpack on, so he's getting ready to go on a trip.
I do have a backpack and a face, so I can see those similarities.
No, but I like that.
So we have 0 episodes of the Rambling Star Wars fan.
But the Forces Behind Star Wars, you have how many?
We just we just recorded and released our 24th episode.
24. Okay.
Yeah, that was the last episode was a recap of the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. And
I did listen to that.
We actually have as many listeners to that episode as our episode with the gentleman from Kenner Toys.
Oh, nice.
So I don't know what is going on, but folks are, and I don't know if it's because we're creating again after a little bit of a break, but we have more listeners. So maybe it's a function of the unifying fandom network, and folks are hearing about us on other shows like this one.
Yeah, because I used to with Zoe's. I used to fixate on the graphs. SoundCloud used to give you a graph of how many, and like, like their second year, I was like, it's the 4th month, and you've already passed what you did the first year. You know what I mean? And then I found out that they don't even count everyone. I was like, really? So it's like they only count who listened to it on the SoundCloud app. I'm like, come on.
Well, so we have the video version that Anthony posts on Facebook, and that has, a couple thousand views already.
That's good.
And we posted our audio version on July 31st, and we already have 12 or 15 listens of that. So that's more than a dozen. So I'm going to count it as a win.
Well, there's I think I read somewhere where there's more Star Wars podcasts than Star Wars fans or something like that. There's like 1 point some Star Wars podcasts. Now, I don't know if that means ones that were created and don't do it anymore or whatever, but there was more than one. Like if every fan just picked a podcast, there would still be leftover podcasts. Now, I don't know how I don't know if that's just one of those numbers someone extrapolated, because I don't know what you like. How do you determine if someone's a Star Wars fan? You know what I mean? But it is nice that there's just enough variety for fans. But like I was listening, I might have said this before, but I was listening to Zoe and Lizzie's one of their old podcasts from when they first started back in 2008, whatever 7 years ago is.
Not 2008.
Not 2008. That's what you started teaching. No.
Math.
I know, right? No,
Science
whatever. It'll be set. Their 7-year anniversary is this October.
That would be 2013.
Whatever. They started right before Force Awakens came out.
2015.
Yeah, 2015. But I was listening to it, and so you're listening to 8th or 9th grade Zoe and Lizzie talking. I think Lizzie was in 8th grade and Zoe just started. No, Zoe was in 8th grade. Lizzie was, I don't know. But it's funny. Lizzie was talking about going to culinary school and eventually working at Disney, cooking. And Zoe was talking about going to film school. And it's just funny that
see it happen.
Hear
it happen.
Yeah. Well, and I just remember when our only Star Wars people we knew was Sal and Liz. That was about as Star Wars as we knew. Now
look at you. You're friends with members of the story group. You're friends with folks who build animatronic Grogu's across the country. I mean, man.
And friends with people in Jersey and Ohio that know Star Wars.
Or at least fake it really, really well.
Yeah.
I have one of my old Star Wars shirts, and it's funny because these are FX buckets. So a lot of these old Star Wars shirts, they took pictures. Like again, the one Star Wars T-shirt with Chewie holding up a foam hand. That's Marty. That's Marty's Chewie. You know, they just took fan pictures and used them on art.
So with that said, why don't we create some stuff? I've seen different podcasts have like this little merch store where they sell T-shirts and pictures on mugs and stickers and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah,
I would not be the least bit surprised if Ark or eGirl would be willing to buy a batch of our stickers and slap them on their notebooks or whatever.
I have access to these things.
Which things?
Those things.
No, it's funny
all of those things.
All of those things.
It's funny because my Zoe's whatever you call it store gets taken down occasionally by like copyright infringement. Like it's just funny.
I thought you were gonna say Russian hackers.
No, someone will report like, hey, this is copyright, and then the shirt gets taken down. And there's a million other shirts,
Actually, I want to go back to this thing that John just said. I just picked up on it. If I send you an image, could you tell me about making it into a shirt?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's here. Let me give you a short, long list of the things that I can do. How much time do you have?
Well, we still have another hour left of this episode of the Inflatable Falcon. And we have yet to talk about the Inflatable Falcon, I might add.
Yeah,
We're 3 hours in
I was
and haven't heard
that.
any updates about anything from Magic Jump.
Yeah, still.
Yeah, here's the only shirts I have left that have not been taken down due to copyright infringement. Because if someone reports it, they just take it down. Disney will just take it down. So that's Corey he does a podcast. I don't know. He was a guest, so we did and he wears Crocs, so we did a Croc shirt. There used to be a Millennium Falcon shirt like that,
Oh, yeah, because there's a takeoff on the G.I. Joe t-shirt.
Yeah.
All right, give me just a second here. I'm going to show you the things that I already have mocked up, just with some of our logos. Oh, damn it. Now, mind you, these were very quickly thrown together.
We're going to criticize it like a Star Wars fan criticizes everything Lucasfilm does.
No, let's criticize it like the approval team would. No, just kidding. I'm kidding. I'm kidding on both of those accounts. So, approval team, please don't take it personally, and overly critical Star Wars fans. Yeah, I don't care. Never mind.
Okay, sorry. I did quite a few things.
We could make recipe cards.
What do you mean?
Yeah, elaborate.
CLTs, anybody?
Official
Inflatable Falcon CLTs. And I mean 100% serious, because based on your description of the carrot bacon, I want some.
Okay, I can handle that. Let me see.
Now here's a silly question related to your CLTs. Do you put salt on the tomatoes?
Oh, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you have to.
Because I've mentioned that to some people, like, why would you do that? Why would you put salt on tomatoes? I'm like,
Oh,
it
dude,
makes it sweeter.
I could eat a whole tomato with just salt. Just give me a tomato and
Same thing with watermelon slices.
I know my stepdad used to do that with watermelon, and mainly just because I just don't like him. I can't do that.
Oh, okay, fair
He
enough.
used to eat salt on his cream of wheat too.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, and pancakes. I
Pancakes
think
on his cream of wheat.
no, he would eat salt on his pancakes.
Oh, okay.
Pancakes on his cream of wheat.
Right.
Okay. No, that's not.
Yeah, I don't. It's funny. I still think it's funny that the inflatable Falcon calls it the Falcon Experience.
Well, I mean, because it's more than just the Falcon. It's the time that you spend in it.
Mm-hmm.
The as the folks with Kenner would say, the toyetic qualities of it, the replayability.
Yeah.
I mean, heck, I could think of at least 15 video shorts that we could film in and around the inflatable Falcon.
Now, Ken, you did you go to Chicago Celebration?
Yeah, we were there for one day.
Oh, okay. Did you see when they had the Millennium Falcon races? They had those
No.
little. They had those. I forget what those little scooters are called that have the wheel in the middle, and they had a Falcon built on them, and people were
Okay.
racing them.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that celebration experience was definitely different because it was just one day. We didn't do so for Anaheim and Orlando. I stayed overnight both times. Slept/didn't sleep. And in Chicago, did you experience the people trying to scoot under the metal barriers and knocking it down and having everybody cheer?
No, no.
Oh, so in Orlando and Anaheim, they had, instead of the cloth dividers for the aisles, they had big metal bars, vertical
Oh yeah,
and
yeah. I do.
horizontal.
Yes, I do remember. Now I know what you're talking about. Yes.
And so whenever somebody would knock over that vertical cross piece, it would clang to the concrete floor, and
Yeah.
everybody around them would erupt in cheers and applause. So I didn't get to experience any of that at Chicago. I didn't hear anybody knocking over any of those barriers. And we went through it at 900 miles an hour, with the exception of the 30 minutes we sat down to eat something. So it was the whole day was a blur for us.
All right, so here is just a handful of things that I mocked up. So you've got your Beskar bucket hat that is stitched and embroidered. Unifying Fandom Network hat.
Nice.
Cool.
Inflatable Falcon headband with accompanying Unifying Fandom Network logo on the inside. There's a mock-up of it on someone's head. Beskar Bucket t-shirt, Unifying Fandom Network mug. It's like a wraparound. So there's a better look at all of that. And then another embroidered Unifying Fandom Network shirt.
If I could get that in a polo, I'd wear it to work.
Hold on, I can tell you if I can get it in a polo. Oh, also, I don't know if I ever showed you guys this. Let me download these real quick. But I have the mock-up for our the shirts that I wanted to do for the Han Solo Chronicles that I never heard back from Matt.
Oh yeah,
on.
yeah. No, he actually mentioned that he wanted to talk to you, so I sent him a message because I think his work, like, he got yanked to work and then everything just kind of got pushed aside.
Yeah,
He did mention that.
Oh, come on, get out of this screen. There we go. Yeah, so there's the front with all of us on the hill, and then
Nice.
I took a couple different pictures from just like the behind the scenes stuff that we did with
Mm-hmm.
so I could get Han, Chewie, and 3PO in there. And then this was the back where you've got everyone's name and
Oh,
TK number
cool.
there. So
Yeah, I would definitely send that to him
Yeah,
or
that's cool.
send him a message.
yeah, so but the thing is because the last I talked to him, because I think I sent these to him.
Yeah, I'd send him. I'd send him a message and then once he replies, then send it. You know.
Yeah, the only thing is he wants to do them all in one color, which would be fine for the front, but the back, I think the design how I mocked it up
Mm-hmm.
looks best when you've got that star background with the that blue text
Yeah.
behind
Yeah.
it or in front of it.
Yeah.
So I think that's just me being OCD about it, but
They are sharp, that's for sure.
let me see if because I think I can do. Yeah, I can do polos. Yeah, just like a classic polo.
Yeah, you bet. Like 3 buttons, 4 buttons.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, do you want like a Gildan polo or a Port Authority polo?
What's the difference?
One's a nicer material, the other's like your like Walmart brand, like where it's like real thick weave, where the other's more of like a dry fit.
Oh, more like okay. Yeah, the dry fit one would be sharp.
Give me, I can literally have this mocked up in 2 minutes. I can even do a Forces Behind Star Wars one.
Oh my goodness. While you're mocking that up, I'm gonna go grab a drink. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, I'm very glad that I found this whole website here
Mm-hmm.
because it's one of those things where it's such a nice thing to have. A little bit of dead air.
Yeah, well. Now, so what does Anthony want for a promo? Does he want a promo about the inflatable Falcon while we wait?
Yes. He was looking
Um,
for us to record, just a brief thing like John did with the Beskar bucket that we
Right.
can,
Does he want video or audio or both?
if I were to guess, I would say both.
Okay.
Only because the Facebook version of our stuff is video. So I don't know if you got to watch the last episode.
Yeah. Did you? I didn't watch it. I just listened to it. I'm more of a listening guy, just because
me too,
I put it on
actually.
while I'm working.
Yeah, and I usually listen to my podcast back and forth to work. It's roughly an hour each way, depending on the day.
Yeah, that's how it is for me.
And so what he had done is he asked me for a couple pictures of John, and he grabbed some other pictures from Celebration and other events, and he made a short, for lack of a better word, slideshow to go with John's audio bumper, and he included that in our last episode 24 of the Forces Behind Star Wars. So he'd probably want both if possible, or even just the video, and he might be able to snag the audio from it.
Yeah, well, I can just pull I can just do either one.
oh my god, I hate doing split screen on Windows. Sometimes it's just so ignorant.
What's this Windows you speak of?
You're right. You and your Mac over there. Oh no. Oh well.
All right. So what should we here? Let's. What is the time? Well, let's see. Oh man, we're 11:43. So we're 3 hours in. So we what how should we start our promo?
That's a great question.
Yeah.
What if, considering that the way that we included John's in our show,
Yeah.
it came in the middle of two different parts.
Right.
So we talked about Obi-Wan Kenobi from a general standpoint, history of the character, people who played him, paused, played John's bumper, and then went into the Kenobi show. It was tucked into the episode.
Yeah.
So maybe we have it be like we are interrupting the show.
Yeah.
And so it could be something to the effect of, "Hey, everybody, apologize for this intrusion. However, we think it's important for you to know about the Inflatable Falcon.
Yeah.
I'm Mike. I'm John. I'm Ken. We're the co-hosts of the Inflatable Falcon. We take off every Wednesday at 8:30, starting at 8:30 p.m., and we go to places all around the Star Wars galaxy
And more.
and more." And more. And so one person can do that part. So they do the interruption part.
Okay.
And so, we go around all places around the Star Wars galaxy and more. And maybe John says, we've talked about 3D printing, building costumes. Then I say something like, we've talked about photographs, talk about going to conventions, food, and fixing cars. And then it comes back to Mike. And so if you're into that sort of stuff and more, be sure to tune into the Inflatable Falcon. Like we said, taking off 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every Wednesday night. Okay. Thanks a lot. And now it's back to your show, kind of like John did with his bumper.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's you can be the lead-off guy. It can go to John, then to me, and then it comes back to you, Mike, to wrap it up.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Ready?
Yep.
All right. 3, 2, 1. Hey, guys. Sorry to interrupt your show, but this is Mike from the Inflatable Falcon. We take off or record our show Wednesdays, 8:30 Eastern Time, 8:30 p.m. We're live on Facebook and YouTube. We talk about many things in the Star Wars universe, from costumes to inflatable falcons.
Yeah, 3D printing, all the different costume groups. I'm John, one of the other co-hosts of the Inflatable Falcon.
And I'm Ken, the third host of the Inflatable Falcon. And not only do we talk about those things, we've talked about recipes, going to conventions and our favorite costumes, and much, much more.
So if you like a little bit of what you heard here and you want to find out more about us, or even if we have famous relatives, check us out. Thanks for listening, and back to your show. I don't know if is that good?
I think it can be good. I mean, if you want to do another one, we can do it.
I can do it. I can do another one. One more. Take two.
Wait, before. So I wasn't gonna tell you guys this, because I wanted it to show up next week. This kind of got
Yes.
ahead of me. I
Yeah.
actually ordered an acrylic clapperboard, and so it's not going to be delivered until tomorrow.
Oh no.
I had hoped that it was going to be delivered today, and I could bring it into the episode, but so when John did this,
Oh.
it made me think
Cut.
of that clapperboard that's coming from Amazon. So
All right. Okay. 3, 2, 1. We'll try it. Hi guys. I'm Mike Hinton from the Inflatable Falcon. We're a podcast that records live Wednesdays at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We talk about Star Wars. We talk about all kinds of stuff. We record live with my friends John and Ken.
I'm John. You can find all sorts of things like 3D printing, all the different costuming groups that are a part of the Star Wars universe.
yeah, and we talk about conventions, meeting famous folks, as well as recipes and how to fix your car.
And all kinds of other things. So if any of that appeals to you, check us out on YouTube or live 8:30 on Wednesdays. So now back to your show. All right, we got 2 he can pick, or he'll say, "I need an anti-bumper."
Yeah,
Right.
Oh, we didn't say anything about the unifying fandom network.
oh, that's a good point.
All right, let's one more time.
One more.
So actually, before we do it one more time, how do you build that in?
Well, I could say, hey, I'm Mike we're part of the Unifying Fandom Network. So I'll say Unifying Fandom Network, and then if each of you just whatever you say, reiterate what the Unifying Fandom. So I introduce it, John tells a little bit about it, and then you kind of bring it home with what the Unifying Fandom Network is. Does that make sense? Or
So,
what
like,
we hope it to be.
So, okay, correct me if I'm wrong. So, like, hey, we're from the Inflatable Falcon from the Unifying Fandom Network, and then me, I don't know, like, we've got several different podcasts that all kind of have the same
or
same thought process.
or just everything you said in the past ones, and just throw in there what the unifying, like what you said. You can either say we have a whole bunch that just really positive fandom, or if you just a little, just so we bring that. I think Anthony would appreciate that Unifying Fandom Network.
So how about this? So with that idea in mind, so you do the interruption. Hi, this is Mike Hinton. Want to talk to you for a moment about the Inflatable Falcon. We're another podcast in the Unifying Fandom Network, and on our show, which airs live Wednesday nights, 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we talk about all things Star Wars related across the entire galaxy. Then John can come in and say, and that's from 3D printing, making costumes, and going to conventions. You can say I'm Mike, or I'm John, one of the co-hosts, and the things we talk about include making costumes, 3D printing, going to conventions in our costumes. I come in and say I'm Ken, the other co-host of the show. And not only do we talk about that stuff, but you may be surprised that we talk about food, fixing your car, and the latest and greatest in Star Wars stuff. Yeah. Something along those. So you start off saying that it's the Inflatable Falcon, a podcast in the Unifying Fandom,
okay.
And then we do it that way, and so it wraps up. So that way we don't each have to say the Unifying Fandom part.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, that sounds good. Okay, all right, 3, 2, 1. Whoops. Yeah. I know. It's like I'm like on the spot.
What did I say?
I know. I was like, "Whoa, what am I doing now?" No. 3, 2, 1. Hey guys, this is Mike Hinton here, part of the Inflatable Falcon podcast, and we're also part of the Unifying Fandom Network of podcasts. And I'm here with my friends, and we talk all things Star Wars.
Yeah, my name is John. I'm one of the co-hosts. We talk things from 3D printing to all the costuming groups and going to conventions in our costumes.
Yeah, and this is Ken, one of the other co-hosts of the Inflatable Falcon. And when I'm not on the forces behind Star Wars, I'm talking with John and Mike about costuming, making food, fixing our cars, and anything else related to the Star Wars universe.
So if you check us out, Wednesdays again, 8:30 we record live, and back to your show. There we go. He has a whole bunch to pick from. Here, knock yourself.
Yeah, slice and dice, just like George did. He would edit it on the fly.
Yeah, well, it'll say,
I'm sure he'll pick, one sentence from one of them and put it into another.
Yeah, we'll be saying all kinds of stuff.
And for me, just that whole little exercise that took probably all of about 6 minutes. It's interesting to go from talking about it to actually doing it, because it changes once you do that 3, 2, 1 action.
Yeah. Well, when you're expected to say something, it's way harder than when you're just talking off the cuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But because I talk all day for a living, and when you have to say specific things, you get all tongue tied. And
unless you've been practicing that same thing. So
yeah.
I used to teach orientation. So I used to teach this full day session for all new employees. And there were parts of it that I got so good at, I didn't need the script. I didn't need the slides. And at one point, our computers weren't working. Our network went down, and I didn't have the slides saved to a local machine. I had to do the entire 8 hours without slides. And I managed to hit all the important points. I, inserted the same jokes in all of the same places that I usually did. And afterwards, I was amazed that I was able to do that. But because I had done it so many times, I no longer had to think about it. It just flowed naturally. But that little promo that we did, other than tonight, we hadn't really talked about all the parts of it.
Yeah.
And so actually, it makes me think of John's last episode of the Beskar Bucket. What was it like recording for as long as you did, all by your onesies? Like, how did that go?
So honestly, the first 10 minutes were very difficult because I was struggling to find a groove. Because it's hard to, because like I did that first episode, or like the episode 0. It took me 45 minutes to record a 10-minute clip, because I was just I kept getting so frustrated with tripping over my words, because there were certain things that I wanted to say. But I think once I got past that first 10 minutes, and you can kind of tell, I kind of start talking to myself. And I think the one thing that really helped me is when I did that first episode, I was recording in Audacity, Audacity.
Yeah.
Where with this one, I was doing it in Restream, so I could see myself in the camera. So I still had that feel of like I was having a conversation with someone, even though in reality I was just staring back at the words I was saying to myself.
Okay.
And then the last 10 minutes were also difficult for a different reason. It's because I knew I wanted to wrap it up, but I kept getting sidetracked in my own head.
Oh, good. So you get sidetracked on your own.
Yeah.
All right. See you later. And 26 minutes later.
Yeah, I guarantee it might not be the last 10 minutes, but you can tell I was trying to stop recording because I kind of wanted to cut it off at 40 minutes. And then it turned into, okay, we'll do 45. And it's like, all right, 50 is the hard line. So yeah, it was very interesting talking to myself for almost an hour.
Yeah, the reason I ask is because that's pretty much the idea behind the rambling Star Wars fan. It will be me talking for however long that piece may be, and I'm just wondering what that's like without that feedback of either the person you're interviewing or two knuckleheads like us to bounce pieces off of.
Yeah, I definitely recommend, just from doing it both ways, definitely have some sort of visual reference, whether that be on camera or like having a mirror set up. And that was something they taught us in car sales. Like if you're leaving a voicemail, it helps seeing yourself so you don't sound so robotic in your own head. So that because it feels like you're having a conversation.
Gotcha. Okay.
So
Yeah, I
Yeah.
used to have students stand when they were doing their podcast. So they would talk bet, much better.
Funny
Well,
story.
also, yeah, go ahead.
When I was doing my bumper, I had to stand up because, like, I again, that was another one where it was like, yeah, I think it was only like 28 seconds, but it took me like, again, for like 45 minutes to get exactly what I wanted to say in the right amount of time. Yeah, I had to stand up to get that, like, that vocal cadence,
Yeah.
because when you extend your rib cage and you're standing, you get, you naturally get a different sound out of your voice.
Well, and you just have the ability to breathe so much more efficiently.
Mhm.
You know, when
Well,
you're
when I
sitting there.
when I first built the studio, the desk was up high, and my mind was you could walk around, and it just was so uncomfortable. When you got a podcast that was more than a half hour long, you're just like, oh man, you know.
Oh, so 3.5 hours must have been terrible then.
Oh, the first one or two, I stood the whole time. It wasn't bad, but when it was like if it was a day at work that I stood for a long time, then you're like, ah. So I I don't know. It's just weird. It's weird to me. Like I look at my podcast. I look at my podcast list of podcasts I listen to, and I have a good mix of scripted and non-scripted. And I've said this before. There are very few podcasts I listen to that only has one person.
Mhm.
You know, like I think right now, Best Car Bucket when you have your solo ones, but the only other one I listen to is Steel Wars. That's a single person. You know, and if I don't know if they're going to be traveling soon, Ken, but you listen to the Sith list or the Full of Sith.
Yes.
So is with if you ever get to see Holly's stuff you missed in history, if they ever come around and do a live show, I highly recommend going to it.
Okay.
It's worth it because they did Gettysburg and me and Zoe went and saw it. It was just
Oh,
fun.
really? That's awesome. I gotta figure that out.
I don't know if you listen to stuff you missed in history. That's a good one too. That's a good non-Star Wars one. I have a few non-Star Wars ones. Stuff you missed in history is one. Um, Ridiculous Crime is another one. And all those are iHeartRadio ones. They're I don't want to say they're overproduced, but they're so well produced. I can't listen to them that much. I have to go back to my Star Wars ones because it makes you feel like crap when you listen to them because they have like theme songs and intro music.
Well, that's kind
And
of like the Blast Points one. Have you guys listened to Blast
yeah,
Points?
yeah,
So I don't know how Jason and Gabe do it, but they managed to incorporate movie clips or television commercials or even sometimes different sound effects in the show, kind of like Colin did with when we
yeah,
read
yeah,
the Star Wars play.
yeah.
And I would love to be able to do that at some point.
Well,
I don't know if I'll do it in the first 10 episodes of the Rambling Star Wars Fan, but we'll see.
I'm trying to think. I know YouTube has some pretty easy to use editing tools. On the audio side, I use GarageBand because I have Mac. But on the GarageBand, you can actually throw a video in there, and it'll take the audio off, and you can cut and splice and move stuff around. And then like John said, he uses Audacity. I use Audacity. I used to use Audacity to clean up levels. When we used years ago, like I felt so bad for you, John, when you had all that technical stuff. But when Zoe and Lizzie started, man, it was like it was like every week was just technical difficulty. Like it was, and Audacity was be like Lizzie's levels would be, and Zoe's would be like a 3, and so I'd have to put them in Audacity to level the sound out,
Yeah.
because you couldn't hear them. And I have some of her old episodes, like one of them is recorded on the left channel and one of them's recorded on the right channel. It's all, all.
Oh no.
I mean, because they're a couple of their first episodes were open air. Like we literally had, Skype open on the computer, and then we had another computer sitting with just an open mic, just hitting record open air. That's all we could do. Because we didn't have because if we used Skype recorder, it would crash. And, and I told you we had Sarah Young on. They did that show 3 times. because Buddy came in. We had all these plugs hooked up, and he would sit under the desk and he bumped it, knocked all the power out. They lost everything. So Zoe plugged. I wasn't home at the time. They plugged it back in. He came and did the same thing, you know. So, and those, when you recorded back then, we recorded them on, when we were recording them, I had it wired into a mixing board into another computer. It would record, but you had to save it. And so if the computer went out, there was no auto save. It was just, you know, so the joys of, it's become, it's not easy, but it's become way easier.
Now with Restream, does that save 2 files? Does it save an audio file and a video?
No, it just saves the video file.
But you can download, like, immediately after you get done recording. I always make sure, because I know it saves the video. The first thing I do as soon as it processes, I download the audio.
Yeah, see, I just grab it from YouTube. I can download it from my YouTube channel because it automatically saves on YouTube. And then in GarageBand, I throw it in GarageBand, and I can just drop the video off.
Okay. The only problem I've seen with that is it cuts off like the first 3 to 5 seconds.
Oh, really? Okay.
And that bothers me, because I noticed when I went back and looked at the because I always like to grab a clip before I make it private.
Yeah.
Because you know I like everything scheduled for the same time.
Right.
So before I make it private on my YouTube channel, the video portion is I'll grab a quick clip, and when I opened it up, this last episode that I did, it was like, because like my whole intro is, hey, welcome back to the Best Cigar Bucket, and the only bit that it kept was bucket. So
yeah, so you got to build in a little bit of time then, a little bit of a gap before you
you'll need
to get into it.
Yeah.
I'll have to check. I just with mine, again with Zoe's, now Zoe records hers on, I don't know what she uses for hers.
I think she still uses Zoom.
Zoom, right? Because she has a college Zoom, so she has like the unlimited Zoom time.
Yeah.
So she uses Zoom right now, and then she usually uploads the audio to me in Google Drive. And then I just upload it to SoundCloud right now. I'm probably going to move her SoundCloud to. I haven't decided if I'm going to use. I forget the Stitcher. Is it Stitcher?
I'm not sure. We use Anchor for ours.
Well, I haven't decided if I'm going to use Anchor or Stitcher. Like Stitcher costs money. SoundCloud costs money. It costs me like $150, so I have unlimited storage a year. So I haven't decided if I'm just going to go to Anchor. I just got to see. I got to see what Zoe's doing once the fall's rolling around. Like see how, and like she might graduate college and say, look, I got to take a year off podcasting because I got to concentrate on my whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to make any decisions for her until she's ready to go. So
yeah, well, I'm sure Ken and I can speak to it. I think Anchor is fantastic. It's very user friendly and very intuitive. So
yeah,
and I don't use nearly as much of what Anchor can do. So so when we record our shows, Anthony does the editing for it, and then shares the audio file with me, the whole thing. So it has the intro, whatever bumpers we may have in it, and the rest of the show. I take that whole entire file, put it into Anchor, give it a title, give it some show note details, submit, and it goes out to all the different podcasting feeds. You have the ability in Anchor to save, like let's say for instance, you wanted the same intro for every show. You can create the intro separately as a file, your podcast, and let's say you wanted the same exact ending for every show. You could save the ending as a separate file, and in Anchor, you can cobble those pieces together. So you've got your intro, you've got the meat of your show, you've got your ending, 3 separate files in one episode, and that gets posted and shared that way. So you have the ability to do some of that kind of. I haven't used that functionality since the beginning.
Yeah, I have an Anchor account for Create. I moved CreateCast over to Anchor because I didn't feel like paying, the the fee, SoundCloud, and I might move hers. It just I got to look at it. It's changed a lot from when I started. When I started, free, you didn't get much on any of them, and I know Anchor has changed that a little bit, but I have 7 years of podcasts. I want to make sure I have a place to hang them up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What I'd like to do at some point, and I'm not sure if it'd be you, Mike, I talk with, or if it's Zoe about her website, because what I'd like to do for the rambling Star Wars fan, so I'd like to have a website where I have a place to post photographs, not just the ones that would show up on Facebook,
Yeah.
but others. The occasional article that I write, because I want to get to that place where I'm putting words on page, and links to our Anchor site and that sort of stuff. So I didn't
I
know.
would first go on Google, go
Yep.
to Google Domains and buy the domain.
Yeah,
It's
I know it
12
exists. I haven't
Yeah,
done that yet, but I wanted to.
it's $12 a year.
Yep.
And then with Google Domains, I think she uses Wix, I think, and we pay for that. We pay for, but with Google Domains, what's nice is if you buy it through Google Domains for $12, you can forward it to any site. So, like, say you buy it in Google Domains, you buy your domain, you can then go to Google Sites, which is free, build the site, and then link your domain to that until you decide what you want to build it with, and then you can change that link. So, like I say, she uses Wix, and then I wound up buying StarWarsGeekGirl.com and StarWarsGeekGirl.net. And so they both go to her site, for $24. I'm like, because I my biggest worry was someone's going to put like a porn site, like at StarWarsGeekGirl.net, and then that could be problematic.
And having that, now, does she also have a YouTube channel or no?
This YouTube that we use is the one. That's just because they don't do much video, because Lizzie always has camera issues. I've been trying to get them to do video forever, and it's just always camera issues with Lizzie. So it just got to be a battle that was not worth, because both of the girls are on such weird schedules. Like it just wasn't. They would only have like half the episodes out, I think, if we tried to do camera to work all the time.
Hey, I did video.
Yeah, I know. I put that up. It's on the YouTube channel.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, because Zoe does she also does the writing. She uses. Let me see if I can pull it up. Yeah, she's better at that. Like, because I just let her right at the pandemic take care of the website, because it just was not. I was doing it and it wasn't for me. You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, so she just put up a poll on hers. Let me see if I can. And that's, she uses I think it's Wix, but it takes it right. Like if you use a paid one, then when you look up here at the URL, it's the actual URL. It's not forwarded. But yeah, I don't know. But she does her, the way she has it set up. She has her poll and the about, and then the blog is where she can put all of her writings. And then she has this I forget if this is MailChimp or whatever, but you can subscribe. She has like 250 subscribers, and then this is just the old blog feature. She writes something, and it just adds to the next one, and then it does let you put photos on it too, on the spreadsheet. I don't know. I guess since I'm not signed in, I can't look at the photo gallery. Oh no, there it is. Yeah, see, bunch of nerds. There you go. But and then it's a template built site. Like you don't have to no HTML involved or anything like that. But yeah, I'd send her a message.
Trust me, you don't want that headache. HTML is a nightmare.
I love HTML, but
I hate it.
but I don't think it's worth the time for what unless you have a specific vision of how you want it to look. I would go with the template.
Yeah, because the way that I was thinking about this is, so in our show, like I was saying, we record it. We get together through Zoom. We record it. Anthony will post the video version of it on Facebook, and not the 24th episode, but the 23rd episode, for some reason, Facebook blocked it because of copyright issues, even though the only music that we use is in the introduction, and we've used that for previous episodes, and it never caused any heartache. The 23rd one did, so we got some copyright-free music and use that for the 24th episode. But he'll post the video first, and then we'll post the audio version to Anchor that gets uploaded. I want to do it in reverse, so I want to record it, post the audio version first, followed up by the video version on YouTube with a link to YouTube in Facebook, and through that through the Rambling Star Wars Fan website.
Well, and that's where if you did a blog type site, then that takes all that headache out for you, because then as soon as you post it up, when you post a blog on that, you can actually set it to what time. Like, so let's just say you decide, look, every Thursday after we record is when it goes up, or every, and so you can set that. But yeah, I mean, that's that's a good one. The copyright thing is weird because, like I said, I went through. They were on episode 120 something when that one of those internet radios wanted to put them on, and I had to go through and remix and resplice all their episodes and take out all the copyright music.
Oh wow!
Because and at the time, like iHeartRadio wouldn't put you on if you had copyright of any sort. And so I was just like, you know what? I just want to get all this off. Because I started doing some. I was like, I'm just going to do them all.
Well, see, and that's where something like Anchor could be very, very helpful. Because remember how I was saying you could have the intro, the meat, and the ending. Let's say that happened with Anchor. You could just take that intro music out.
Yep.
Put in the new thing instead of having to remix the whole episode.
Well, the problem is a lot of the old episodes, I didn't save. I only saved the final version. So I literally had to go and cut it out. Like I couldn't, like in GarageBand, it saves the track. So the newer ones, I could just, like the last 50, I could just go through and change the track, and it was simple. But again, when she started her podcast, I never, if you would have said to me, 7 years from now, you'll still be, I would have never, I
Do you
figured
think you're going to last 7 years, John?
Jury's out.
John's going to move to Hollywood and make movies.
God, if only. I wish I could.
Nothing's impossible, man.
Nothing's impossible. You're right.
I'm telling you, as you get older, you just get more shit piled on. And, it's you do what you want. Like, chase your dreams when you're young. Because the more you get at it, man, it's like when the girls, when Zoe went to college, I told her, don't buy a dog, don't buy a car, like keep yourself as mobile as possible. So when that job comes, you are ready to go.
What if you moved out to California, got a job with Magic Jump, selling the inflatable Falcon, and then parlayed that into a career with Lucasfilm?
Yeah.
Yeah. In your Kylo Ren. And he forgets that he pokes it with a lightsaber in it, and then he loses his job. His first day on the job, he goes in and bounces and pokes the top with it. It's like, shh.
Blow that hunk of junk out of the sky.
Yeah.
Ken, you want to see these polos real quick?
Yes, please. I'm very curious.
Sorry, we got distracted.
I'll take responsibility for that detour.
Yeah, I actually I did a couple of them while we were on a tangent.
So I got to turn it on, or can you turn it on?
No, I think you have to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So,
wow.
forces behind Star Wars. You can see it even like does kind of the embroidery mock
Around
up
the
to it.
outside of it. That's cool.
Yeah. So what I had to do for yours is because the one that Anthony sent me, the actual insides, the letters were all transparent, so I had to add the white on the inside. So I thought the white and the yellow looked best, because I tried it with the all yellow, and it just looked weird. So I personally opted for the white innards.
Oh, a varsity jacket.
Yeah, a Letterman Unifying Fandom Network jacket. So I can actually get these with screen printing instead of embroidery on and it's like the entirety of the back. So I mean, if we wanted to do like a, what do you call it, Unifying Fandom Network banner all along the back, Beskar bucket polo, and then Unifying Fandom Network polo. I mean, you see how many. These are all the different mock-ups that I have already of just like the same 4 logos, just easily and quickly mocked up into something else.
That's amazing.
We can do mugs. I like the mugs a lot. But yeah. It's a click away. I mean, literally, what I do for these is because you can make product templates. So whenever I throw something together, it's like, okay, I'm just going to save the template. I don't know if, at any point I'm going to want to order one. So yeah, no, they're pretty reasonable. Like the polos, I think the only thing with the embroidery is that there's a digitization fee.
Okay.
And it varies based on the complexity of the image, but they're usually like $5 or $6. And then the shirts themselves or the polos are $20. So
and how detailed could if you were to make a t-shirt, like how detailed could the image be of for a t-shirt?
For the anything embroidered is 6 colors, and it can't be too complex. That's meant for just like logos.
Yep.
But for screen printing, it's as many colors as you want.
Because have I shown you guys the Rad Batch image that Dexter made?
Yeah, that's a good one.
Hang on, let me if I can real quick, if I can find it, I'll show you one of the actual shirts we had made.
I'm telling you, you guys should have Zoe on. I'd like to hear her talk to all your guys. I think that would be funny. Well, because it's definitely generational. You know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah, absolutely. And what's interesting, guys, is I've noticed a change in our group over the last couple episodes, which is interesting to witness from a participant and an observer standpoint. And that it seems like with us coming together and talking about these things that are as tolerant as we were before and as open as we were before to each other's ideas, it seems like we've expanded even more than that.
Yeah.
And so while, your favorite thing might not be my favorite thing, we can still talk about it without having to beat each other up or make the other person feel bad for thinking that way or whatever. So I think this unifying fandom idea has really grown on all of us. Is that one of the shirts that you're...
Well, okay. So this is one of the hoodies that we had. I'm trying to... But yeah, so it's
wow, okay.
A simple picture, but there's a bunch of different variations in colors, and they hold up really well.
Those look like Bespin clouds behind it.
Yeah. But so that is just like your static shirt, I forgot I ordered this because I just kind of wanted to see how it would turn out. But this is one of their all over print shirts.
Wow.
So, and this is it's like an athletic material. So like it's a really great like undershirt or like I wear it like as a night shirt sometimes because it's super breathable.
Uh-huh.
But like the design is it's all over.
That's
So,
cool. So
yeah.
you think? Let me show you this real quick. Are you able to see the Rad Batch image?
Oh.
Like that image, do you think that would?
Oh yeah. Yeah, if you email me that, I can again, it takes me 2 minutes to mock something up and
Okay.
throw it on a shirt. Just tell me what color you want.
Okay. Yes. Just don't tell anyone about it because it might be a surprise for the guys from the Rad Batch.
Well, I hope Anthony's not watching.
Well, we got one person watching, so who knows? It could be him.
It could be Anthony for all we know. We've been known to keep him up late at night.
Yeah, so I mean, hey, if you want a couple work polos, I think I might actually order one for work, see if I can get away with that. Just put my name tag on. Yeah, Mike, I know you wear polos all the time. Like
Yeah.
the Star Wars polos.
Yeah. I might have to snag one.
I what I have to do, so I've got the inflatable Falcon logo, at least the one that I ripped from the Echo Base image that was mocked up. I need to clean it up because it looks rough just because I again took it from that picture. So the edges are all jagged. Me personally, like I didn't mind it for the thing that I ordered, just because I think it adds to that like like the ragtag.
Right.
Kinda, but yeah, for like merchandise, I gotta take my time and actually do something with it and clean it up. Unless someone has the original file, that would save me a whole lot of headache.
Yeah, I don't know if I have that. I gotta dig. I got too many computers. I know that sounds terrible. I have too many junky computers with stuff all over them, and I can't find them.
You should hire an intern.
Yeah, I get Zoe as an intern. It'll be
I'll transfer to Korea.
That's what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the housing around here is a little pricey.
That's all right. I got a car.
Well, it is 12:30.
It's not the longest we've recorded.
No,
but it's surely the latest.
I have to go up. I have to get up early and go to the creperie tomorrow because Zoe is off, which is a rare thing. She only has a week and a half left till she's
heading to Cali,
out in California. I forget what day she's actually going, but she's going hang with Liz and Sal for a couple days, and then so check out Sal's show on YouTube of his teaching.
How far do you think she'll end up being from Sal out there?
Oh, she's only 25 minutes.
Oh, that's cool.
It's actually not that far, but with LA traffic, it's 25 minutes.
Yeah,
because probably walk there faster.
Yeah, because he's right down. He's literally like a block or so from Disney in Anaheim.
Why are we not hanging out with Sal more often?
I know,
right?
Oh, dude, I hung with him at Celebration, but I can't. I couldn't. We when we drove out to them, when we drove out, it was we just walked right to Disney, like just from our hotel, and so where we were staying at Anaheim, so we were like only a couple blocks from their place because we walked down to downtown Disney from when we were at Celebration. They're just the opposite direction. But yeah, she's a Burbank address, but it's like right on the boundary of Burbank and LA. So we mapped it out. We were like, okay, look, you're like 8 minutes from Matt Martin, you're 15 minutes from Steele Saunders, and you're 20 minutes from Sal.
So let's talk through that for a second. Do you think that Matt and Sal and Sal's son and wife would spend 30 to 45 minutes brainstorming skit ideas with us?
I doubt Matt will. Sal might, but the problem is they work. Axel, we could get 35 minutes out of Axel, but I'm just I'm just I don't know. I'm in awe. Like I just you know I think John is more the demographic of the story group people. John should be going out there and becoming a story group person.
Oh, no, 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 no. Look, I may have an appearance of being awfully creative, but when it comes to putting pen to paper,
Well, yeah, but the story group doesn't do the pen to paper. The story group just like says Ken comes to you and says, "I want to write a novel about blah blah blah, and it's going to take place this," and you would say, "No, it can't take place in that time frame." It can, and then they double check to make sure everything is canon.
okay. That demo then.
That's Ken. That's Ken and Sal's demo. If Ken and Sal, that's who I think. Because between your knowledge and Sal's knowledge, like Sal pulls stuff out of the EU and stuff like that I didn't even hear of, and he's pulling it out the top of his head.
Well, see, I think Sal has that wonderful knowledge of, he could tell you the class of Star Destroyer and how many turrets it had on it, where I can talk about Joe Johnston and how he drew he actually, from what I remember, he was inspired by a streetlight to help design Slave One.
Yeah.
It's that kind of stuff that I really gravitate. Not that I don't know some of those other things, even though tonight I showed how bad I am at remembering all the names of the ships. I called the speeder the name of a droid, and so for all the people listening, they probably think I'm a fake fan.
Yeah.
But
well, again, it was easier when I was younger because if someone knew Tarkin around New Hope time, then you knew they were a fan, and if someone knew Boba Fett in Empire, you knew they were a fan, and then I don't know what Jedi was. I don't know. Jedi is still like, I don't like putting mine in lists, but Jedi is probably down near the bottom of Star Wars that I've watched the least for some reason.
Well, actually, speaking about Tarkin, not to take us in another tangent, do you think Tarkin's going to show up in Andor?
Probably.
Yeah, I think with the deep fake technology that they've gotten it better. Plus, they've got the guy who's got the voice down.
It all depends. It all depends on if we're going to see Andor go from like the fringe rebel that no one really worried about. Like if season 1 is just him building up to then when he gets to see season 3, like he could just be like, if you think of the rebellion as a circle, he could still just be around the outer edge season 1, like building it, and then season 2 they go for a little more, and then season 3 is, you know what I mean? So we could be surprised like we were with Leia, in the sense that we see a different, like we see the ground level rebellion, okay. like the suffering of the people kind of thing.
So do you think we'll see Palpatine?
I don't see. I would be surprised. Like I just wonder if it's going to build towards that. Like I wonder, because like I don't. I think, again, I still think it. The first season could just be that, laying the groundwork of how bad it is, and he's trying to like infiltrate all this stuff. So it could just be all new stuff.
Because I'm wondering, so with that idea in mind of him at the ground level building stuff, I can almost imagine, hollow vid images of Palpatine delivering some sort of speech.
Yeah,
and that broadcast for the broadcast in in city streets, you know, they have those little hollow projectors, and
Yep.
a bunch of people are listening to it, or it's broadcast on a big screen for the stormtroopers to hear.
Yeah, and that's what we could. That's where it could be. It could be. I still think it's going to be more that daily life,
Okay.
like that. Because if you look at New Hope, you're like, well, the Empire doesn't seem too bad for Mos Eisley. You know what I mean? Like it didn't. Like
Yeah.
you know, and maybe it'll show why all that stuff is. It'll show, you know.
Yeah, maybe Andor's planet is closer is one of the core world planets.
Yeah.
So it
Mhm.
feels more the brunt of the Empire's boot on its neck.
Yeah.
Well, I think we might see the Emperor in more than just like a hologram. I think because we see shots of the Senate chambers.
That's true.
Maybe
yeah, we
he
do.
shows up
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So do you think we could see Senator Binks?
Maybe.
Yeah.
Well, we saw what's his guy to do with the beard in an
Saw
Imperial.
Gerrera.
No. The guy who was with Padme, the one leader. He was in an Imperial uniform.
Oh yeah. You think that's Sio Bibble?
That is him. It is him.
Really?
The guy who said like we're
Talked-
dying and whatever, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's an Imperial.
I didn't pick that up. I didn't think that was Sio Bibble at all.
Which trailer is that from the newest one?
I think so.
It's the longer one, the 2-minute 35,
Yeah.
where you hear Andor say they're fat and comfortable, or they're comfortable
Yeah.
and fat, and they can't imagine
Because
someone like me getting in.
I think
Oh my god, that is.
Is it really Sio Bibble?
It sure looks like him.
It's because they're going to have to show the two sides of the Empire, in the sense there's a lot of people that you know, that's him.
Oh no. I missed that completely.
That stood out to me. Like that was the first thing I was like, hey, because I didn't know his name, but I was like, that's the guy from the Phantom Menace.
Wow.
Because
You
he
just blew my
would be a
mind.
perfect example of how, like, the Moffs kind of got in power. Like, so there's they similar to how the Roman Empire took over. They would take over land, and then they would kind of prop up a noble person, like they tried to do with Cleopatra. They prop up someone that's there to run the thing,
As long as they do what and then they do their bidding.
And then they also have an easy scapegoat if things don't go well, because the Empire, especially if you watch Rebels, the biggest flaw in the Empire is everyone's worried about their own standing. Like, oh man, my mind just went blank. The blue guy, the general.
Masamita?
No, the main guy from Rebels at the end that Ezra kidnapped.
Thrawn.
Thrawn, when they were first attacking that planet with all those Star Destroyers, the reason his plan failed was everyone was so afraid of failing, but then they also wanted to be the one that did the good job, and they didn't really listen to his commands. Remember that one ship got, you know what I mean? And that's the whole problem with the Empire. They have this strong structure built on nothing strong, like greed and power, you know. And it's like a deck of cards or a house of cards kind of deal. And so I think they're going to show that guy, because they're going to have to show people that kind of turn their back on their people, and that's him, you know. And so, like, my dream to see on Andor is I'd like to see a glimpse of Aphra, Dr. Aphra, 000. You know, because at this time, this would be around the time when Aphra's rolling around finding out, you know, stuff. Like, it's before she finds out about Luke, but she should be coming up the ranks. And I don't know when they disabled 000, so 000 might not be. He might be implausible because he didn't get reactivated till after the Battle of Yavin. You know.
Okay. Do you think there's room for Crimson Dawn?
Possibly. Well, that's where I think you're going to see. I think they're going to show some of the bad guys aren't 100% bad, and I also think they're going to show a lot of the good guys aren't 100% good.
Yeah, and I think that's the part that has the potential to really tweak some Star Wars fans. That's
Yeah.
they're
Wow.
going, oh, that's not my rebellion. That's not
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're going.
the rebels were good through and through, and I mean,
Right.
Andor even in Rogue One had people a little bit twisted. Like, why would he shoot that
Informant
one
right
guy
at
in the
the
back?
yeah.
Oh, my
Yeah.
gloves, and then
Yeah. So I mean, that's what's going to be cool. I mean, I'm excited.
It's going to be a great show.
What character is Sam Witwer playing?
He could just be playing a stormtrooper. He could be playing. He could be.
No, he's a face character.
Well, he could be an officer then, or he could be a rebellion. I mean, like his voice, since he's a voice actor too, he can, because he's played a stormtrooper. He's voiced a stormtrooper in Solo.
Okay.
He was one of the stormtroopers on top of the cage that fell
Kill
down.
him slower.
Yeah, yeah,
Killing
yeah.
him too fast.
So, I mean, they could just do, that. He could be a voice, like, there's a lot of stuff he could be.
Because he shows up in that last trailer.
Yeah.
Which I think is great that he's, they finally gave him a live action role after all the stuff he's done.
Yeah. At least they didn't make him Star Killer. I'm that's one of those things. I'm like, I'm fine that doesn't come to movies. The game was cool, but I'm fine with it.
I think Star Killer and all the Force Unleashed stuff has the potential to make things way more confusing than they already are. Even Vader and Aphra can make things super duper confusing.
Well, I think Aphra's only real job, I mean, it's a good character, but I think her main job in the comic book was so Vader just didn't have to talk as much. Because I just think a Vader comic book where Vader just doesn't seem like an overly talkative person.
And Vader as a character is meant to be menacing,
right,
and fear-inducing and that kind of stuff,
right,
and not necessarily the
pontificator. And you have to use Vader sparingly. Like if you can't have Vader showing up at every show and losing. If he's in Andor of any, you can't have him keep losing because then he's not menacing anymore.
And you can't have him be too menacing either, because then he's like the evil version of Superman, can't be defeated.
Yeah. So you have to use him, sparingly. But yeah, I mean, we could see. Oh man, there's all kinds of stuff we could see.
Like, I'm interested definitely in seeing more of the Partisans.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see Jedha again, more of Jedha.
Yeah.
Which means there's the possibility of seeing Baze and Shuret again.
Yeah.
And I wonder how many times Warwick Davis will be involved in this.
Oh yeah, well, he's been a loyal Lucasfilm guy, man. They'll use him.
Yeah, I will say that. 11.
Yeah, Lucasfilm is, but yeah, it should be a good show. I mean, I'm sure there'll be a million people bitching about it, but
it'll be a good show. Do?
Have we heard who's doing the music for it yet?
I have not.
Because I thought Natalie Holt did a great job with the music for Kenobi.
Yeah. Well, and you wonder because they have so much Star Wars coming out. You wonder if they just build whole teams. You know what I mean? Like, and just like they kind of like ships passing at night. You know what I mean? Hey, like just we gotta get this done. Because this was one of the first ones announced. One of the first shows announced, wasn't it? Like Andor has been that they announced that as Chicago. Right?
Yes, and I thought didn't they have I thought they had a teaser reel then, and that was no,
they didn't have a teaser reel, but they had
announced it.
Alan Tudyk talked about it a little bit.
Yeah, and
then he's not in it. He's not in season 1.
Yes, that's correct. Yep.
Though to me, I'd love to see him as a cameo of like an officer or something. Just All right, guys. I am going to have to call it because I am starting to lose my inflatable Falcon. So,
Well, thanks for
Well-
another great flight, John.
Absolutely.
Send me a note tomorrow, letting me know if you got if that email came through to you. Okay.
It's too late. I'm already working on it.
all right.
Okay.
Well, I am going to bed. And thank you guys. And make sure you email Matt Mickelson as well.
Will do.